Good evening, guys. How is everyone? I see four people is already on here. Shout out to my moderators. Hey, Tyranny. Hey, the Black Barbie, Carmela. I got a little cousin named Carmela. She's named after her dad. His name is Carl. Her name is Carmela. Or is your name Carmela? Her name is Carmela. Kawana, Cecilia, the Miss Muffin, Rita, Clarinetta, new to you. Shout out to my moderators for doing a good job. Hey, Ronald, Switch B, Cecilia, Mario, Alfred, Your Choice Sewing. How's everybody doing tonight? Y'all, this weather is so bipolar. Like 1 minute it's hot, and then the next minute, I get all hopeful and stuff because I'm like, oh, we're going to have an early spring because spring is my favorite time of the year. Like, if it could just be like 75, 74, 76 all year round, that's perfect. So I'm like, oh, we're going to have an early spring, and then the weather becomes bipolar and gets cold again. Like it was cold today. So what y'all cook today, or did y'all eat out? I made a very good taco pie. I've been getting into cooking newer things. Um, hey chocolate. Miss Kitty in the house. Shout out to Miss Kitty. That's my boo. I was just fussing yesterday. I was like, Miss Kitty be over in everybody's chat, but she don't be in my chat no more. Tamara, it's been cold here in Detroit 30. It's like it might be like 40. Let me see how many degrees it is here. Uh Child, I don't know. I think it's around like 40 no, it's 33. It's 33 degrees. See, every time I think that we're gonna have an early spring. Hey Shan, it gets cold again. I know we have okay, so this is February. So I'm hoping like at the end of March it starts to get at least warm. I love, if it's gonna rain a lot in April, I hope that it's warm because I love the rain. I do. I love when it rains, especially if I'm at home. I can lay in the bed all day or lay around all day and look at TV. I just like the rain. I love to hear it pecking on the roof of the house. It's so therapeutic. Because in May around our area, it's just flat out summer. It's just flat out summer. But I love the spring and the summer. I would rather for it to be hot than cold. Because when it's cold, I'm so unmotivated. Like I am. All I want to do is hibernate. Hey, so witty. I know. I'm so tired of the cold weather. I hear Ronald, it rains a lot in Seattle and in Portland. Hey T from Mississippi, too cold down here too. What part of Mississippi are you from? What part of Mississippi are you from? Hey Fox. Girl, I make the best taco pie. And when I do, I love tacos, but I made taco pie today. And that was a recipe that I've been doing healthier recipes and stuff. I mean, because I don't use, I've been cooking a lot. I like to cook anyways, but learning new ways of cooking, food with flavor in it, that taco pie is good. And it tastes like a taco, it's just a pie. But I've started making my own taco shells when I make tacos because I love tacos. I grill my meats. I grill my taco meat, my ground turkey or ground chicken, because I don't really buy ground beef anymore. It's something about ground beef. Even when I'm cooking it, I'm looking at it. It starts to. I started getting sick to the stomach, so I don't buy it. Um. Anyways, you guys, I wanted to give some more people the opportunity to start coming in. They were saying a lot of people like Dima, all of them was saying that they have not been getting the notification. So what's been happening is people have been turning off my subscribers notifications. So y'all double check to make sure that you have your notifications on all. Click all, child. Hey, listen. I just happened to I was scrolling today. Hey Sierra. I was scrolling today and I was listening to another a blogger. Um and I normally don't like to even listen to a whole lot of other vloggers because a lot of them are just too sickening, right? They too sick, and it's real sickening when and I'm not gonna get into this too much when you're competing with other vloggers on YouTube, right? When people can just do their content and go on with their life, but true to a cuckabug head Negro's nature, that's what they do. They fight over crumbs, right? They fight over crumbs. And so even when you don't want to be in the rat race, they want to pull you in if they think that you are a threat to them. So I was listening to this other vlogger, and this vlogger was kind of gloating about how they hack people and um how they have a lot of people that they work together to mess with other YouTubers, how they hack them, and so I wonder how that blogger gonna feel after a while. I was just looking at him. I was like, Lord, at one time it probably would have pissed me off because I already know what I know. Then I was like, you already know when you've been delivered from some stuff and when God is working and they don't even know what's coming for them real soon. You just say, Lord, thank you. These they sick. They ain't. I said, Lord, they gloating right now, but they sure ain't gonna be gloating after a while. Just from doing evil when you could just leave people alone. Because one thing for sure, every start has an ending. That's for sure. And I'm trying to understand what is it all about. Because I don't have. Maybe this is my segue into talking about young dog because I don't have a covetous spirit and I don't expect for people to be like me. When people say, well, I came up out of the hood, I came up out of the projects, I came up out of the hood too. I lived in the projects. I was not of the projects. So just because I lived in the projects, okay, we moved at a good age. Okay, when I was 12 years old. I was 12 going on 13. So I guess we moved at a good at a time where I could still learn, but still there are a lot of people that grew up in the projects their whole life and they still had another type of mentality. Even if they was out there in the street, 'cause I'm gonna tell you something, because I grew up in the projects, because I grew up in the hood, my family, like my cousins and them, they lived in the hood. So even when we moved out, I was always back over in the hood. So that's the reason why I could say, even when I guys that I've dated were street dudes, quite a few of them. Okay. I would say out of the seven that I had real relationships with, probably five of them were street dudes, but they still had a different type of mentality. So the type of guys that I dated, even if they were out there doing something that they shouldn't because they were a product of their environment, you would never see them getting on YouTube, getting a group of damn people together that's on disability checks. And that's what I'm talking about. It's a damn shame when people are so narcissistic that they take advantage of the mentally ill. They're gonna make some of these damn folks lose their damn checks. I'm talking about they crazy checks because they get the mentally ill to and get them together and get them and push them to the very limit to do their dirt. That's what you call an old sick evil person. I would never in my life, if I knew a person was crazy, slick crazy, send them out to do dirt for me because I know they get a check. Okay. And some of these mentally ill people are functioning lunatics. They functioning lunatics. They want to belong so bad that they do anything, right? Hey, Lucille. Okay. But as I was listening to that vlogger, and I said to myself, I knew it was something. I knew I didn't like him. I didn't like that vlogger. I already in the back of my mind, it was always something about that vlogger that I did not care for. My vibe is really, when I have vibes about a person, it's usually never off. Even if I override it, because sometimes I want to give people a chance, my vibe is never really off. Okay. It's just always something about them. And I don't choose to dislike people for no reason, or choose to have any static with them for no reason, because I'd rather leave people alone because I want them to leave me alone, right? But for some reason, when people come up out, and I said that to say this, when people start saying, well, I came up out the hood and I'm gutter, that's how we get it. Everybody in the damn hood don't act like that, because the street dudes that I dealt with, that I had relationships with for years, they ain't had that type of mentality, and they got real money. They didn't call them. You would never see them on YouTube promoting beefs and stuff. That's not how they get down. If they gonna get on YouTube, it's gonna be to kick some knowledge. You ain't gonna know what's going on in real life though. It's not gonna be to pit people against each other and create kinds of havoc and all of that. I mean, it's just too many men now that are sissified. I don't like sissies. I know they affiliate when people say, well, that's a derogatory word for people that have alternative lifestyles. No, I don't consider gay people sissies. I consider these straight men that have feminine ways, that call themselves masculine, that's emotionally unstable, that create havoc, that's emotionally imbalanced. Sissies. Bunch of damn sissies. I don't like sissies. Okay. all of this feminine energy. Okay, that's right. So when I think about, I guess this is my segue into young Dolph. You know, Memphis truly heal after this saga is over with? You know, I get to thinking about, and people say, well, a lot of people didn't even know anything about young Dolph. You're right, because I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not a real big listener of a lot of rap music. I've kind of tapped into it, right? More so, um, you know, more so since this happened to young Dolph. Started listening to his music. I started, seeing the what he was doing over in Castelia, and so, just hearing people, talk about him. People calling him Main Main. He was just like a Young Dolph didn't take himself seriously like that. You know what I mean? Where he was arrogant and all of that. Because he had came from out of the hood like that, he liked to still be over in Castelia, okay? Over in Castelia, which is in South Memphis. He felt comfortable around the area that he had grown up in, right? And I think it's unfortunate because, what Young Dolph did, I say this all the time, what Young Dolph did with so many other artists, because it was other artists, right, that came before Young Dolph and all of them. And believe it or not, a lot of those artists, even though they put out great music and things of that nature, they put out a lot of great music. You had people like um Project Pat, Gangsta Pat, um 3 6 Mafia, Tila, Player Fly, Play Gangsta Black, and all of these artists, right, that came before. And I know I'm missing some people, but I can't think of everybody right now. All of these artists that came before, right, Young Dolph and Yo Gotti. So, unfortunately, even though they put out a lot of great music, that was around the time that a lot of those artists they ended up disappearing off of the scene because the record industry ended up, financially raping them. They didn't know a lot about the industry and all of that. So I think the thing that makes me admire Young Dolph so much is that here come Young Dolph. He comes behind them, even though the Gangster Pass and the Project Pats and the 3 6 Mafia and all of them blazed a trail, or was able to help them. They stand on the shoulders of those artists, right? Young Dolph was able to figure out the recipe. And so, I think like with people that are older, like me, like in my 40s, people in their late 30s and stuff, when those that really understand and have seen quite a bit as it relates to hearing other artists talk about the music industry and all of that. Hey, Paige T. Clean, talk about the music industry and all of that. We think it's just a big loss, right? As it relates to what happened to young Dolph, because it never should have happened. So I think that's why it's so hard for people to kind of move on. I know quite a few people still continuously talk about the young Dolph situation because it brings them views, right? But for me, I think it represents something bigger, right? For me, and I'm not saying just for me, but for me, it does, because I think about all of the great artists that came from out of the city of Memphis, and for other Memphians to get together and decide that they were going to conspire against him and ultimately took his life, right? Because of jealousy. It's I think it's hard for people that are mature, that are logical thinking individuals to get over. that are logical thinking individuals, right? Because even quite a few of those old heads that I mentioned that even came before them that understand what it was like in the music industry, how the music industry financially took advantage of them. Even if they don't say anything, it's hard for them to conceive because they understand that he was, as they were saying, pissing on the industry, right? Pissing on the industry. And so you take a genius like Young Dolph away, right? Because of your jealousy, right? And it goes back to what I was saying about that blogger that I just happened to tune in. I don't tune in to that blogger, but I just happened to tune in to because I was in my algorithm and I saw him on today and kind of bragging about, the things that they do to other up and coming vloggers, right? They see you have people that are on here just like Young Dolph. They see the potential that you may have, right? That other vloggers may have. And the devil is always lurking, right? I think about what the Bible says that the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy. The devil seeks, roam, and seeks to see who that he can devour. That's the same thing that is going on with a lot of these vloggers, which is why they've already hit their plateau. Okay, they have already hit their plateau. They will not go any further. The only place they're going is to jail. They're going straight to that penitentiary, as my cousins and them say, that penitentiary. They've already hit their plateau. Because they um the time that they spend on here seeking to see who that they can devour and destroy, right? They could be investing that into their own craft and talent, right? They could be doing that, right? But instead what they're doing is they've got a bunch of damn fools that's got checks and stuff on, government checks, mentally ill checks, and help them to create bad karma for themselves, also trying to block somebody else, right? And that is the exact same thing that happened with Young Dolph. I hate that. And I know people, don't want um to be honest, I rarely listen to other YouTube bloggers. They talk about Memphis crime or Memphis biz. Yeah, the thing that really bothers me is that a lot of people, and hey, I've never told anybody because, like I said, even with Player Co. And I understand, like, I don't get mad at Player Co because I understand that Player Co has a relationship. He had a very close relationship with Big Jook, right? Okay. He had a really close relationship with Big Jook. And so Player Co kind of took it hard when that happened to Big Jook. So I'm not gonna sit up and be mad at Player Co because Player Co grew up in North Memphis. He grew up around Jook and Gotti and them, right? So it's understandable for him to feel a certain way if Jook was his big dog. Jook was his big dog, right? So it's understandable for him to feel a certain way um um as it relates to what just happened to him, right? But and I said I was getting ready to say, she says, how do you feel about the interview Stan G and Orange Mound quit? Let the judge was gonna throw the book at him for doing the interview. Hey, Jakai. I'm gonna talk about that page, T Clean. Um, I know a lot of people, like I said, they like Gotti's music, and Gotti has a lot of good music. Gotti is talented. He has a distinct sound. Okay, but just like so many others, right? Your Gotti had to he got financially messed over by the record industry and the record companies. And hey, I'm sure maybe he's found a way to bring himself up out of that, but I think it's admirable that young Dolph learned it, went and got some lawyers, had them to show him the way, and then he chose to go another route. And so I said that to say is I know that people don't want to accept, whatever they may feel as it relates to young Dolph and Yo Gotti's debacle. But I stand on this and I will always say this, even with the debacles, it never should have gone as far as it went, right? And of course, killing him was the ultimate. But when they were, I said this before, when they were shooting at him, it had already gone too far, right? Because there was at least two or three attempts on his life before it happened. And so when people say, well, when they start pointing fingers, well, it's young Dolph's fault, it's this, no, it's the people's fault that was doing it, and it's that was too overly emotional, and it's also our fault as the consumers, right? We have to take responsibility for that because everybody already knew where when they were attempting to take young Dolph out back in 2016, 2017, everybody already knew where it was coming from, right? So it's our fault because what we did was we continued to buy albums from the people and support the people that was doing this instead of holding their feet to the fire, right? Because we could sit on here and vlog and talk and scream and holler all day long, right? But people don't care. They look at it as just publicity to them. People don't pay you no attention until you start pulling back your resources. So at that point, when they started trying to take him out, it was up to us, the consumers, the ones that's got the control to say, wait a minute, okay. If anything happens to young Dolph, okay, they popping at him. They even almost killed him the second time. Okay, so now what we got to do is a boycott because we can't support any artist, even if it ain't coming directly from Yo Gotti, it's coming from out of his camp. Okay, so we can't support anybody, we can't support him, and we can't support anybody in his camp if another black man is gonna lose his life. But instead, we perpetuated that because he didn't die. People were saying, oh, okay, young Dolph lived, because I don't think people ever thought that he would die. Okay, he lived. Now we want to see what he gonna come back with. Whereas when there's gunfire, people are not just shooting at you, especially when they hit you for nothing, right? And so people kind of perpetuated that beef because they was like, oh, young Dolph came back hard with 100 shots. We're gonna see what Gotti gonna come back with, right? When it had already gone too far. It would have been different if they had kept it on wax or whatever they call it. Okay, that's how it has always been. That's how it was supposed to be. But when people started getting too emotional, right? When they started getting too emotional, it was time to start pulling back. It was trying to start pulling back and making demands. Okay, if something happens to him, if it's gonna be coming out of y'all camp, then we can't support y'all. That's the only way. That's usually when you're able to get people's attentions, right? People's attention, right? And so in the wake of all of this, happening, there have been a lot of bodies to drop. And then unfortunately, Big Jook lost his life back in January, because I don't wish that upon anybody. There's just been a lot of stuff to happen in the midst of this, right? And that's why I say, will Memphis be able to truly heal after the Young Dolph saga is over? And what will it take? Okay, because it's one thing, like I said, when you're going back and forwards with people, because we can cuss each other out the same way with some of these vloggers. If we had got into it and we had cussed each other out, and how people have disagreements, I mean, that can be talked about. But when you start violating people, you start popping at them, you start putting hits on their lives, you start violating their privacy, uh things of that nature. When violations are involved, it's hard to mend that. When people say, well, young Dolph, I blame young Dolph because he should have sat down with Gotti. It wasn't no sitting down with anybody in that camp. if you want to be honest about it, when you start exchanging gunfire. Okay? Me too. You know, some of the same people I know. Okay? Oh, okay. She said me too. Who is me too? Okay. When you start exchanging gunfire. So I don't know anybody in the world that would have ever sat down and tried to mend anything with anyone that had attempted their life. You're a damn lie if you say it. So that's why I say it went too far. And so you had people in North Memphis and in South Memphis that love listening to, even though Yo Gotti was out of thank you, Miss Terrell, for the $20. Or well, for the I didn't mean to say how much it was, but for the cash app. Thank you so much. Um you had people out of North Memphis and South Memphis that love Yo Gotti's music. It was not just people in North Memphis that listened to Yo Gotti. You had people in South Memphis that listened to Yo Gotti. That's true, your girl. You had people in North Memphis that listened to Young Dolph's music, right? And I think even with the street dudes in North Memphis, regardless to who they might have been rocking with more, I think a lot of them, and in South Memphis, okay, I think a lot of them was left wondering, why is it going this far? Why does it have to go this far? Where two rappers that has also played a part in putting Memphis on. And notice I said that has also played a part, not put Memphis on, but played a part, because Young Dolph and Yo Gotti stands on the shoulders of all of those other rappers that was national, that made a lot of noise back in the day, that helped to put the spotlight on Memphis, right? So they kind of helped to pave the way for them, and they took um they took the torch and they was able to run with it, right? So you still have a lot of, and regardless of what people say when they say, well, you ain't out in the street. Now I ain't out in the street. I don't want to be, but I sure know a lot of people that's in the street. Let me tell you something, and I don't mean no harm. I know I work for the police department. I'm on the other side of the law, okay, but I grew up in the hood, okay. And some of these same people that had got their slimy asses on here was, oh, she be telling the police everything. You got me effed up. Them street dudes, my cousins, all of them, they comfortable around me. But a lot of these same ones that got these mentally ill folks gonna get them knocked off. Because you start coming to people's houses, you gonna get your ass blown off. Okay. You start following people around, you're gonna get your butt blown off. But some of the same ones, okay, they informants. Even with me working in law enforcement, I ain't no damn informant. I have a job to do when I'm hired. Okay? And that ain't being no informant. That's doing some type of investigation of some sort, whatever that is. Okay? Whatever that is. And then I'm done with it. And everybody already know my stance. Who are you? I'm an investigator. Would you like to? The defense attorney sent me to you. Blah blah blah. Would you like to give a statement? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Can you sign this right here saying you don't want to give a statement? Talk to you later. Okay. And then I'm on to the next thing. My job is way different than an informant. Even if I wasn't in law enforcement, I wouldn't be no informant. Not me. I don't have nothing against them, but most informants are people that's out there doing dirt themselves. I have issues with that. And then they go tell on everybody else. Because they out there doing dirt. They done got caught. They slimy as they come. Hell, they're a lot worse than the damn people that's out there. That they telling on, they worse than them. The stuff that they doing is way worse because the people they telling on probably just getting them some money. They out there molesting kids and watching folks in their house and all types of other stuff. See, I come from the old school for real, where I grew up around nothing but street dudes. That's the reason why I know a lot of what I see on here, they ain't no damn street dudes. They sissies. I know a solid street dude when I see one, because number one, you ain't gonna see a whole lot of them not on the internet, not unless they've changed their life around and letting it be long known. Look here, I've been in the street, and you can tell when they've been in the street. Now I'm gonna kick some knowledge. They ain't on here being informants, okay? And I ain't got nothing against the government informants, okay? But most informants blow smoke and try to put dirt on everybody else instead of just being the informant you is and shutting the fuck up. Okay? But young Dolph, okay, but young Dolph and Yo Gotti in the same city, right? They're in the same city doing great things. Yo Gotti doing his thing, young Dolph doing his thing. Now, people, I hear people talk about Yo Gotti, they go, well, Yo Gotti was not, um, Yo Gotti was not, and let me just make this clear. Don't nobody do nothing illegal around me because I don't be around anything illegal. People that I know that are different than me, like family members and things of that nature, they don't, I'm, first of all, I'm not going to be around nobody that's doing no dirt. And whatever they do, I don't see it because I ain't around it. Let me just clear that up real quick. So when people doing dirt, they're not going to do it in front of me, not because they fear me, but because they respect me. Let's make that clear. Let's make that clear. Okay. So that's me from West Oakland. Been there, done all that stupid. Right. Okay. So Young Dolph and Yo Gotti. Let me get back to let me because I be losing my train of thought when I start reading comments. Right, Miss Kitty. So Yo Gotti, let me just say this: people sit up and say Yo Gotti say I used to say this is alleged. People that know him or whatever. Well, Yo Gotti say he don't give back to Memphis because Memphis didn't really support him the way he wanted them to support him. Memphis kind of hated on him. That's not cool to say because you have haters in every city. Yo Gotti was able to come up off of the back of the Memphians, as I said, because before anybody on the outside of Memphis knew him, it was Memphians that was in those hole in the wall clubs supporting him. And I know that because my cousins them raised the roof and rocked the clubs with him in North Memphis because they loved him. When they was talking about Yo Gotti this, Yo Gotti that, I didn't even know him at that time because that's when he was just coming up. Okay. That's when he was just coming up. And hey, I understand as people start to grow, you have to cut people off. So it ain't nothing about, I'm not mad or nothing about, my cousins and them are, some of them boys are hardcore street dudes, hard to the core. So they don't know how to give up the street life, right? So I understand that when you start ascending, you have to cut some people off. So that's not, I mean, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at them about anything other than I feel like they took what happened too far. Okay. Young Dolph never should have lost his life. And as much as people don't want it to touch him, I always say this, and I'm not saying it to be mean or to be evil. I'm saying it because I'm a realist. I can't talk about it unless I'm being truthful. It started with him and it's going to end with him. All of this stuff started with Yo Gotti. Now, people want to say, well, Yo Gotti couldn't couldn't stop them from doing what he did. Well, I don't know anybody that's a CEO. Like in my business, I ain't gonna have nobody in my business that's making me look bad. I don't care if it's family. My dad and I were business partners. And my dad used to sit me down sometimes because he taught me how to be a pit bull. Okay. And then when I would go too far, he would sit me down and say, "Look here, gal, look, you we that right there you stay away from because we can't we're gonna have to slow walk that another time. This is how we're gonna do that. As a matter of fact, you just need to leave that alone altogether. I know how to handle that." I would say, okay, right? Because see, my dad was a businessman. He was a damn businessman and an elected official before I ever people ever even knew me. So he knew how to pull me down, sit me down when it was time, right? So I said that to say this: I don't know a CEO, right, that's gonna let family make their business look bad, especially if they're the face of it. If they can't handle family and it's supposed to be theirs, then that means he gotta just be the face of CMG and not the CEO. Because when people say, well, you can't stop them folks from doing what they want to do. These folks out here doing, if they out there banging and taking folks out or planning to take folks out, and you the CEO, they are up under you. You are the face of it. And you trying to tell me you can't control them and stop them when it can make your business? It brings a negative connotation to your situation. I ain't gonna have nobody around me that do it. Right? I think I told y'all I had a relative one time that was working for me. I put her in my front office. And when I used to, that's when it was my production company. It was booming with nothing but preachers coming in, putting their show on Comcast. And I'll never forget this old preacher. He used to always come in and pay. He would always come in and pay. And he would sit down and talk to me. The man about 70 years old at that time. Okay, this was some years back. About 70 years old at that time. And that was the time I had a relative working for me. I had some of my cousins and stuff sitting up there while I be editing at the studio in my downtime. We'd be laughing and talking, be up in there drinking and stuff. They bring something to drink and stuff. The guys at the damn barber shop would be all back there with us, just having fun because it's a lot of black businesses in the building that my studio is in, right? And so this particular relative that I had working for me, just paying free money. That's all I was doing. Okay, was sitting at the front desk, I guess call herself being my receptionist, answering the phone and shit. So the preacher walks in. This is a regular client, faithful client. He made sure he came every week to pay me. Okay. Her mind tells her, because she is my relative, she see this preacher talking to me, and he was very generous. He would always be fixing stuff. This is a 70-year-old man. Her mind tells her one day, God, she jumps up off of my reception desk that she's supposed to be working at. God told me that you wanted something from me. I didn't even, I had not, I was trying to figure out what she was talking about. God told me that you wanted something from me. And he said, well, sister, what is that? Whatever it is that you want, whatever it is that you want, what you want. God said you want it. I'm supposed to give it to you. At that point, it clicked. I said, "This gutter bitch thinks she get ready to run my damn clients off, and she is a close relative of mine. It wasn't my sister; it was another relative that was real close." I started texting her. I was so mad. I said, "Please don't do this. Do not do this." Okay. She that was her last day. I was so mad. I called my dad. I was mad as hell. And the funny thing about it is that preacher was 70 years old, right? And he was always very respectable, such a gentleman. But I could see when he realized what she was talking about, I could see the lust come up in his damn face. I guess he was saying, because he felt like my relative was on some. Oh well, hell, maybe they both some damn hoes. That was her last day working in my office. I called my dad, you know, um, and said she can't work up in there no more. The only thing my dad told me was, I've been knowing her my whole life. I told you. I told you. You can't have. So I said that to say this. That was a representation of me. You think I'm gonna have a damn relative who I know is a whore? I love her. For Lord forgive me for calling her a whore, but that's what she is, okay? Who was known to be one. I think she done turned her life around now. Okay? Who was known to be loose. I was just trying to help her to make me look bad with these preachers, and they was paying me, and my business is supposed to be respectable. No, I was in control of that. That was how that she got mad anyways because she thought we were supposed to be able. She wanted to be able to trick the preachers. Okay, so you trying to tell me that Yo Gotti couldn't stop his brother? My relative was older than me. So that's why I say it started with him and it's going to end with him. Because to me, I just can't accept it when folks say, "Well, he knew about it a week before it happened and he couldn't stop it because him and Young Dolph were not on good terms." Listen, hey, damn all that, because I've heard it all. It never should have happened. It never should have happened. And so that has been my issue. Young Dolph, regardless to what he was saying, if you ask me, he had every right to say it because we're all human beings and we have feelings. If you working hard, you coming up out of Castelia. I've been over in Castelia, so I already know that how it is in Castelia. That it's poor living over there. So he got the mindset to work hard and get it out the dirt, and he go and talk to some lawyers because he said himself he mimicked Master P and figure out. They tell him he pay him dearly, and they showed him how to get it without the record company making them slaves to it. Okay, and then what they start doing is blocking him. You heard the young man on Stan G's channel, and hey, regardless to whether people say Mr. N is credible or not, before Mr. N ever came on there and said that, everybody in Memphis had already said that Dolph was frustrated because Yo Gotti was blocking him. But they always gave Yo Gotti excuses. Well, DJ Paul and them 3-6 Mafia did it to him, and so they did it to him, so he did it to Dolph. It's unacceptable. If somebody is spending money on projects and you got somebody blocking you at the record, blocking you from getting your stuff played at on different radio stations, and then you get mad because the boy go and make enough money to outbid you, override you. You still have record companies, record stations that will play his stuff, right? Because he had the money to overpay them. So that was still hurting him. He was just willing to do it. He have to outbid you to get his stuff. They overcharging him, telling people don't get on his music. And then when they do, they're overcharging him. So I can understand the frustration. Right. It didn't stop him, but I can understand the frustration. So when people know that you're trying to block them, of course they're gonna put it in their music, right? That was his outlet. Most people get on damn Instagram now. They can't rap or sing. So they get on Instagram and air it out. The boy put it in his music and found a way to make money. So then after that, all of this stuff happened. They talk about Yo Gotti's, baby mama or whatever. Um, hey, Young Dolph said he didn't even know that the girl was his baby mama. Regardless to what it was, it never should have happened, right? So when they started shooting him up, y'all, the boy had a reason to be mad and frustrated and talk his stuff. That's all I'm saying. When folks say, "Well, how come he just couldn't be quiet?" These people have done all of these things to you, and you know that they're doing all of these things to you. Okay, you're gonna be frustrated and angry, like anybody would be. He was a human being, right? And even still, with him putting it in his music, saying whatever he said about Yo Gotti, nobody had the right to kill him, right? Nobody had the right to kill him. And so I think it still puzzles me how people, and I'm talking about people that are my age or older than me, right? Still make excuses. And I don't buy that street shit. Well, I just think this way because I'm from the street. Bitch, I done dated street dudes, still cool with some of them, cousins that are street dudes, and they all of them saying, no, that went too far. We don't do it like that. No, they was wrong for killing him. They shouldn't have killed him. It never should have happened like that. Just because a nigga talking, you make your money off of it. See, it would be different if your God it came from this new era. He came from an older era, and Juke did too, where they know that we didn't do stuff like this. We all came from the same era. So they already know that we didn't do it like that. Whenever you had an issue with a person, you make money off of it by putting it on wax and going on with your life. He never should have been killed. It never should have happened, y'all. And so I think that a lot of the Memphians, whether they rock with Young Dolph or not, they have the same sentiments. It never should have happened. It never should have went that far when those two dudes were getting money. Right? A lot of Memphians were proud of Yo Gotti. A lot of Memphians were proud of Young Dolph. So it was nothing when it started going back and forth about he say he a king. He said everybody's supposed to think they're a damn king. Yo Gotti ain't the king of Memphis. Elvis Presley ain't neither. Okay? It could be more than one. It's not just one, but they had issues because the young Dolph, had high self-esteem. So that's why I say, y'all, even with all of this stuff that is going on, will Memphis be able to heal? Will Memphis truly be able to heal? Because when you start shedding, when blood is shed, it's hard. It's real hard to come back from there. Because even when I see Key Glock in them now, when he's on stage and they're playing Young Dolph's music, he still drop his head and put it with the mic in his hand. He put it over his heart, right? Because a lot of them, and they had a better relationship with him than any of us. Feel like it never should have happened. Why is he gone? I know his kids and his loved ones wondering that. If we wondering it, why is he really gone? It never should have happened, right? And so at some point, all of this saga it's gonna end. It's probably gonna take a while. You right. It's gonna take a long time, Cypress. I agree with you on that. It's gonna take a while, but what is it gonna take to heal? Because you got all of these talented young men that are from Memphis. Memphis got a lot of talent, right? Memphis has a lot of talent. Memphis has always been a city as far as the rappers or whatever. They were trendsetters and things of that nature. As far as the lingo, a lot of stuff. And so now you got these young kids like CEO Jizzo and Snoop Bands and YTB Fat or whatever. You got all of these young talented kids coming coming up. We need for them to survive, right? Because what happens if these debacles continue, my dad used to always say, old men start wars that young men have to go off and die for. And it's still happening, not just in the army, but it's happening in the hood every day. These old ass niggas starting BS with their old asses. They can't much run. And then they start pulling these young kids in, these young adults in, and they end up dying for it. So at what point does Memphis start to heal? And what is it going to take? Hey, as far as Young Dolph's loved ones and Big Juke's loved one, because now Big Juke is gone. I hope it ends there. You know, when you lose loved ones, people are hurt. Those emotions, you never get over that. You just learn to accept it. You never get over it. You just learn to accept it, right? Because as I always say, my dad died a natural death, and it's hard for me to accept it. Okay? I was thinking about my dad today. I was watching and tears just started rolling down my face. So can you imagine what it is, what happens when somebody's life is just interrupted? Young Dolph and them life were interrupted. And for what? They were young men that was doing something, right? Even though my dad was young, I think 64 is young. He was a young man, but my dad had lived quite a bit of longer than young Dolph and them. But his life wasn't just interrupted. He had ailments. Okay? But when a person's life is stolen from them and interrupted, it's hard for that to heal. It's hard for people to heal. That's why I say, what is it going to take for these young men to be able to coexist? Because when people start saying, well, you know, they need to get along, that may never happen. What we need to do is start looking at strategies to help them to coexist without feeling like they need to kill each other. That's what these old people our age need to be doing instead of perpetuating this garbage. Because what's happening now, people our age is perpetuating this stuff, and it's got to stop. It's got to stop if these young men are going to survive. It's got to stop. That's the reason why y'all starting to see me talk on about other stuff. I know people were sending me emails and stuff talking about, you know, when Big Juke died, but you know, Miss T, they was coming out in the chat talking about, well, Miss T, I thought you said, you know, that you wanted justice for young Dolph. I said I do want justice for young Dolph, and I want justice for young Dolph right now. But it don't make me feel good to see a man's mother kneeling down over him in pain because her child is laying there dead. I'm a damn mother myself. I'd be barbaric. So you'll never hear me get on here and troll Big Juke. I'm a grown woman for real. Okay? So this stuff has got to stop, right? If the future of these young men, if they're going to have a future, if any of these young black men is going to have a future as it relates to our community and our race, it's got to stop. And these men are going to have to step up. What is it going to take? It's going to take the black men stepping up. That's what it's going to take, because the black men are supposed to be the ones that's leading the community. I've been saying that now for a year, y'all. Even though I was cussing and fussing and shit until my blood pressure went up. I ain't cussing and fussing no more, because see my numbers and stuff that came on back down, child. I just make my money and come home. I be just as happy. Okay. It's gonna take these black men, okay, stepping up and coming up with some type of plan. The OGs are just the elders, right? And if these young men are to reverence the elders, it is because they're righteous, right? So it's going to take them coming up with a plan and getting righteous women around them to help them to execute that plan. Because these are their children, whether it's their children biologically or not. They're the fathers of a lot of these kids that are in the communities, right? And believe it or not, when they say, well, these young dudes won't listen to us. Okay, well, that's the reason why the fathers are gonna have to start stepping up in their households. You gotta you if you want to change the way our community is, then it's gonna have to start in your household first. You're gonna have to take care of what's in your household and make sure the chaos and and that chaotic shit is not in your household, because these kids that are out here doing all of this stuff come out of a lot of these people's households. It starts in your household. If you can get a hold of that, you won't see it. If you start inward, you won't see all this bullshit outward, right? Because a lot of these criminals and a lot of these carjacking thieves and car thieves and stuff are coming out of these households. Get a hold of your household. And so that's why I say when women sit up and say, well, I as a strong black woman is, well, hey, yeah, it's good to be a strong black woman. Hey, I am too. But we still need for fathers, and they cannot be omitted or excused, to get into their household to instill some type of values in their sons and their daughters, because girls need their fathers also. They need for their fathers to validate them, so any joker can't just put them out, tell them they love them, and then put them into prostitution. Okay, so when he pull up at the McDonald's or the Jack Purtle, she don't feel like she got to give him no ass. Okay, because she used to her father validating her. She already used to a man validating her. Okay, I feel like men have been given excuses for too long when women thought, well, I don't need no man in my household. Girl, well, you need, if you got some kids, you need to first start choosing the right type of men, and then let him be a role model to his children, rather he is there or not. Okay, because I get tired of hearing men say all the time, well, I don't see my kids because because the mama crazy. Okay, well, so I can't see my kids. That's just an excuse, because I don't know of any real parent that would accept somebody not letting them see their children. Okay, well, I mean, you can go get rights. You got to go. Well, no, I ain't going. Them white folks, I ain't going. I ain't putting no white folks in my business. I just never see my kids again. That's a sorry man, for real. I don't like sorry men. Y'all know I talks about them. But since I done got my pressure and stuff back up under control, I ain't gonna talk about them bad. I don't like sorry men. Okay. I especially don't like men that deliver excuses, especially when it comes to their family and especially their children, right? And so when I say what will it take, it's gonna take the black men stepping up and letting other black men that are out here participating like they doing on YouTube, participating in human trafficking and pedophilia and all of that. It's gonna take the righteous black men letting them know, nigga, you wrong. Especially if they got some type of relationship, instead of saying, I ain't got nothing to do, I don't do it, so I don't worry about it. Now it's time to start speaking up and saying, no, you wrong. Nigga, you wrong for working to put our women and our children in trafficking. And so I don't like men that do that either. I don't, he over there putting girls in trafficking. He cool, but I don't do it. No, you need to tell that nigga he wrong. That's what you need to do. Because see, if you really righteous, they shouldn't even feel comfortable enough to be talking about what they doing to women and children and stuff around you. And so that's what it's gonna take, y'all. I don't know if it's ever gonna truly be in the healing, because I know, folks gonna, it has become extremely comical how they the twists and turns as it relates to the Young Dogs case. I know it's not comical to their family. I'm talking about what a lot of these vloggers do, and they trying to squeeze it. It's just like what they're doing is they've taken a wet towel. When you wash dishes and the towel still has water in it, and you start twisting the towel to drain all the water out of it. So what some of these vloggers are doing is, with the Young Dogs case at this point, they've taken a towel and they're trying to twist it and drain every dime by twisting and turning a lie that they can out of it. Okay, the towel really dry, but that's what they're doing. They've made it into a sideshow freak, and it's a darn shame before God, right? But there has to be some coexistence as it relates to these young men, especially these rappers and stuff, and making a whole lot of money. These young men getting about 20, $30,000 a whop. A lot of them talking about like big 30 and all of them, they really making a lot of money. So it shouldn't be no reasons why they're out in the streets dying. And I hold the CEOs and stuff accountable. I do. I hold the CEOs like Yo Gotti and Head and Zachary Randolph, people like that. I hold them accountable because number one, they should be getting their getting some people to come in, some professionals to come in and talk to their artists as it relates to investments and getting their mind and stuff right. It should be mandatory that they put them in something to make sure their mind and stuff right to handle um all of what they got to handle. But instead, it seems to me if they're not promoting it, being quiet means that they are perpetuating it because they're not even trying to stop it. And you know why they're not trying to stop it? Because it makes them more money. It makes them more money one way or the other, rather it is with them beefing or if they die, they get killed, they get the insurance policies. And so that's why I say, y'all, something has to change. Like, not only are the artists going to have to start being called out, but the record heads and the CEOs are going to have to be called out because it ain't nowhere in the world that I would be a black woman or a black man. We already know that these labels and stuff, a lot of them, except for the true independent label, because since Young Dolph died, everybody talk about they independent. They telling a darn lie. The true independent labels, they get funding from the big record companies. But it ain't nowhere in the world that I would take funding from a big record company. And you already know the people that own these bigger record companies don't look nothing like us. And then perpetuate all of this garbage and this killing and stuff in your very own community, right? Just so people that don't look like you could get rich. That's what pisses me off as it relates to a lot of these black record heads. They don't care about what's going on with these young black men that are rappers and stuff, as long as they're making money. And I think it's a shame, right? And so that's why I say, will Memphis truly heal after the Young Dolph saga? Will Memphis truly heal? I don't know. I truly I don't know. Do I believe that everybody that was involved in this Young Dolph situation will go to jail? I do. I mean, that's just how I do. I believe that it will. It may not happen when everybody wants it to happen, but it's going to happen, right? I understand that investigations can be perpetual. I do. I understand that. Okay? And I don't like microwave investigations, and so that's the reason why I'm patient. Because it ain't no need to have a trial, arrest them and have a trial and then they get off. That's an oxymoron. It don't make no sense. It's a waste of taxpayers' money and they could never be tried again. And then you have somebody like Black Youngster look in the camera and say, "Yeah, I killed that bitch ass nigga," after they do a microwave investigation based on what the public want, right? And then he get his high priced lawyers and spend every dime he got, and they get him off on some type of technicality, and he walk out of the courtroom if they find him not guilty, and look in the camera and say, "Yeah, I killed that bitch ass nigga," and walk away, and he can say that and never be tried again. And so I think people need to think about it like that. You know what I mean? They need to think of it that way, rather than wanting something real quick just so that they can have something to vlog on. Okay. So when it says royalty, all my women stay loyal to me. Right, because of the double jeopardy laws. Right. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Will there truly be healing, and what would it take for healing? And what it's going to take is for the real men that are righteous to step up and fix this, right? I know now, when they say, well, women, this, and that. Well, we've been put in a position where we've had to step up, right? Because a lot of men are not on that throne, right? So we're the ones that are having to step up and fix a whole lot of stuff. We're doing the things that a lot of the men are supposed to do, right? Men are supposed to be, especially in the black community. They always talking about, the police. Everybody hate the police, but you don't see them stepping up to try to fix anything. The police wouldn't have to come into our community if a lot of people made sure it was proactive about what they're supposed to be doing. Police are reactive. They come in after something has already happened. But if we were proactive, it wouldn't be happening and we wouldn't have to see them like that. If you don't like them, I don't have no issues with the police. Y'all know I don't. Right. But, people are always talking about the police, but they're around because we're not being proactive in our very own community. If you instill some type of foundation in Junebug, his mama and his daddy, because mama can teach him some things that his daddy can't. But his daddy helps to build him into being a righteous man. The problem is too many women are being careless with the men that they choose to have these damn kids with. You knew Ray Ray was a damn fool and everybody in his family is mentally ill when you had them 7 babies with him. Okay? You already knew that. So you knew you was going to be a single mother at some point. And so stuff like this has to be corrected. That's why I say fathers have to step in to instill, to validate their daughters so that they won't go having 7 babies with Ray Ray, little retarded ass, no good ass. Okay. Just because he tells her he loves her. Her father has already validated her. So she don't get get mushy and stuff and fall and open her legs every time some man say, "Oh, you so pretty, I love you," because her daddy has been telling her for years, "You pretty and I love you." Okay, right? What happened to the neighborhood watch? People don't have that no more. It takes a village, to raise children. But everybody is different now. Folks don't want you saying nothing to their kids. If they stealing your car and you walk out there and see them stealing your car and you walk out there and say something to them, Junebug, you stealing my car, you start going in on Junebug mama gonna come out and she ain't gonna say nothing to Junebug. And she gonna see Junebug stealing your car, and she gonna know why you out there confronting Junebug. She gonna come out there and say something to you. Why you saying something to Junebug? That's my MF and son. You don't say nothing about MF and son. He could steal your car if he want to. Yeah, that's why I say there has to be some there has to be some healing in our community. There has to be some healing in our community. There has to be some repercussions. Like I say, everybody, play with the black community because there's no real repercussions. It shouldn't be no reasons why we're still accepting and calling people like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson leaders of the black community. We know damn well they ain't never been no leaders of the black community. What they did was they worked with people. They were vehicles to escort the enemy into the black community so that they could take advantage of our people. See, when I get talking about that, I get real angry because everybody knows that poverty ignites crime, and when you're impoverished, oftentimes you don't have a lot of education. right? That's why they're closing up a lot of schools. They don't really want our people to be educated because everybody gets rich off of the disadvantage of Black people. And it bothers me that other Black people work with these people for some crumbs and some money to take advantage of our people. It's a darn shame. And so this stuff it's got to stop. There has to be repercussions. Okay? There has to be. I say this all the time, and I know about elections because my dad ran for his office for 20 years and won. Okay? What you have to do is, okay? I mean, what happens is you don't see a lot of white people or other communities getting into office and selling out their people. Y'all, my head stopped up. I'm sorry. Getting into office and selling out their people. You know why? Because they know that there's going to be some repercussions. It ain't no repercussions for selling out the Black community because the politicians are going to go to the preacher and the preacher is going to and get the preacher to bamboozle the folks to voting for them again after there has been a scandal, after they've been caught stealing. All of that stuff ain't did nothing for our community, and then they go get Subway to sponsor some Subway sandwiches. You come out and vote for me, I'm gonna be standing out and I'm gonna give y'all a piece of a Subway sandwich. It ain't even no turkey, it's straight up bologna, cold cuts. And they're gonna hand it to you and they're gonna tell you, now here, this my name on the ballot. I was at your church, I was in your neighborhood. They're gonna kiss your baby and they're gonna say, we gonna say, ooh, that cold cut sandwich sure was good, and walk right in there and re-vote for that Negro that ain't did nothing but lie, cheat, and steal. Okay, no repercussions whatsoever. But in other communities, there are repercussions. They dare not sell out their community. First of all, their mindset is different. They don't want to sell out their community because they understand the Caucasians and the Arabics and everybody else understand that when their people come up and the money generates in their community, it helps their people. It helps their family when the money is circulating in their community. So they want to have their people tap into some stuff to get that money generating. But the Black folks don't. So if they elect them and they get up there and then they think they're going to sell them out, they're going to quietly deal with it. They're going to quietly handle it. You might not even see them no more. Okay? Because what they'll do is they'll blackball their whole damn family. They'll make sure nobody in their family ever runs for office. And so they don't want that to happen because they understand the repercussions if they don't flat out kill them. But in the Black community, there is no repercussions. The only sin in the Black community is being successful. That's it. That's the only sin. And if you get a little business going and you get a foothold and in your community, first of all, you have the Asians and stuff talking about, well, you know, the Asians, I can't understand the mindset of our people. The Asians don't want Black people to have beauty supply stores. They don't want no competition. What you mean? It's our community. You shouldn't even have no competition. It's our community. These are our resources that's making them rich. Right? But you have everybody that comes into the Black community and hijack the Black community. You couldn't go into the Asian community and start open up an Asian restaurant, and it's all Black owned. They're not gonna do anything to you. They just ain't gonna buy no Asian food from you. They ain't gonna come into your restaurant. They're gonna run you out of business that way. Right? We could do the exact same thing because we're the consumers as it relates to the beauty supply stores. But instead, well, you know, the nail shops, that's the Asians, and the beauty supply stores, that's the Asians. They won't let us in. Y'all, there's something wrong with our people, and we're the main consumers in these places. And we're talking about what they won't let us do. And they hijacking our community. Hold on. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I had to blow my nose. Y'all know my head and stuff. I gotta go see my allergy doctor. New to you says, but the cops F with my son who works hard and take care of his family. The ninjas don't want them hands. They want switches. Hmm. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. So there has to be a mindset, a change of mind in our community, and the black men are going to have to step up. And black women, okay, I got to say this now. I know we strong black women, but if he a righteous man and he steps up, because see, what's supposed to happen is the man is supposed to hear from God, and then he meditates and hears from God. Then he's supposed to um watch over and take care and lead the women and the children. If you get, if he's righteous and he's being a provider and a protector, ladies, just be, just stand down and let him do what a man is supposed to do. Okay? That's what's going to have to happen. These kids are going to have to start seeing healthy households. As strong as I am, I would submit to a strong man that I knew was going to do right. Okay, because some of my best relationships, as strong as my personality is, some of my best relationships have been when I've had men to say, baby, stop, let me, I got it. Okay. And hey, they didn't have no more issues out of me, especially if he had it. If he turned out to be a bitch ass nigga, he heard my mouth and then I quit him. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see how many likes we got. Y'all hit that like button for me. Y'all, we only at 109 likes. Keep running the likes up. Keep hitting the like button, you guys. Like, share, and subscribe. Oh, Lord. I know why my head is messed up. I was walking, I was cleaning up today, and I was going and taking, um, I had on flip-flops and stuff today, and I was all outside in my backyard spraying down because when I let my puppies out in the backyard, like right on my patio, there's a concrete step. And I was out there today scrubbing because they supposed to pee out in the backyard. I can't, but I don't know what's going on. Sometimes they pee on that step. I cannot open that patio door and smell no dog piss. Absolutely not. So I was out there with my brush today, scrubbing, putting down Pine Sol and Mr. Clean and all of that stuff, and just the scrubbing and I had on flip flops. Maybe that's what it is. The reason my head is stopped up now. I had on flip flops and shorts. Ronald Gray says, when I was a kid, your neighbor could whoop that ass. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'll never forget when I was like probably like in the fourth grade. We was on our way home from school. We was walking through the back of the projects, and this lady drove. She lived way on the other side of the projects, and she was driving past us, and I screamed, "You can't drive, lady!" I mean, I screamed real loud, and she stopped and got out, and we ran. I don't know what she was saying because we ran because we couldn't believe that she got out. And don't y'all know, like before I would even walk in the house, I would before me and my friends and stuff went into the house, we would always stand on the back of the projects when we got to our building, and we would be talking and laughing and playing. Don't y'all know, when I walked in the house just that quick, that lady was sitting in my front room, sitting in the front room in our house. I said, oh my God. My mama made me apologize to that lady. I didn't even know she knew where I lived, but she came around there and asked somebody. I don't even know how she even knew me, because she lived on the other side of the project. She was sitting in their front room. I was so scared. I thought my mama was gonna whoop me. But my mama did chastise me, and she made me apologize to her. My mama and my grandmama did. Because I got whoopings. I told my mama, my sister didn't get whoopings. I got whoopings. And I'm trying to understand why I always got a whooping. And my sister then, she said, because you talk back. I got whoopings with switches. Ronald says, we were scared to death now. These kids will straight talk S to you. No fear at all. I'm telling you, yes, they will. Yeah, she was sitting in, I mean, and she was going the opposite way. Like she was going out of the projects from the back of Clementine as we was walking, in from school. I don't know what. I guess she must have circled and went back around. That lady was sitting in my front room, and I know it was about, because we stopped and was talking on the back of the projects. We would do that every day when we was coming home from school, before we all went into our houses. I know it was about 20 minutes. When I walked in there, that lady was sitting in my front room, in the front room of our house. My mama said, "Do you know her?" I said, "No." She said you was hollering and screaming at her when she was driving. I couldn't do nothing but start crying, because I thought, I was like, I know I'm getting ready to get my ass whooped, because I sure did it. I sure did it. And my mom said, "Don't you try to tell no stories either, because I know you did it, because you started crying." She said, "What you gonna say to her?" "I'm sorry for screaming at you and saying you couldn't drive." We was so bad. I believe we was cussing, because we cussed like sailors. We probably was cussing. Um, ZK says, "I don't play with kids." I know. Girl, now you can't even go to nobody's mama's house and tell them their kids was disrespectful. The mama gonna cuss you out. And what did she do though? They kids. Ooh. Mm-mm. Yeah, a lot of these kids are like this because of but their mothers are like that because ain't nobody taught them nothing. It don't make no sense how ignorant these girls are. I'm talking about these young adults, these women. And it's shocking to me to see how ignorant a lot of women my age is. Bitch, you 44, 45 years old and you ignorant like that? We came from a different era where they know that we didn't act like this. They want to be just as bad as the hood rats. Because I be hearing women say all the time, "Well, I'm gonna show these young girls that I can get with too." Ooh, bitch, act your age. Ain't no wonder where I'm be 44, 45 years old, got a damn 24-year-old daughter. She might be 25 now. How old is my oldest baby? She's 25. Got a 22-year-old daughter and sitting up talking about I'm gonna act just like them. And my girls are very respectable. Yeah, I be forgetting their ages sometimes. My new neighbors, elderly woman, white people, and Japanese, they still call the police. I love it. I know that's right. That's what you're supposed to do. Ain't nowhere in the world I'm gonna sit up and be peeking in my out of my window and see somebody breaking into somebody's house and say, "Well," and I ain't gonna even have no man like that. Cause you hear women say, "Well, um, little Rufus said that that's them folks' business." You see somebody breaking into somebody's house, and you let little Rufus tell you, "We don't call the police. We don't call the police. We don't wish jail on nobody." And you see somebody breaking into your neighbor's house, girl. These people crazy. My daddy used to say, I paid good money for them clothes to take them off because I'm about to be in it. I used to try to tire my mama out. Oh my God. I used to run outside of the house and run to the back of the projects. And my mother used to always she would always get like there was well, they were older. She would go and act like some of the older kids to to come and catch me because I would run. She would have them to come and catch me. And I would really act a fool. I would be jumping and rolling. And when she got through, she'd be I did it every time. Oh, I'd have her tired. And I did it on purpose. Um Phyllis Dawson says these kids is a product of ADA. Y'all know when the schools told parents they kids had a problem and put the kids on them pills to come. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, I would make sure that with my mama, I would when she would be trying to whoop me, I would be running and rolling all up under the bed and jumping up and down. I promise you, she would sit down. We had a yellow chair that she used to like to sit in. She'd sit down. She said, "Come here." And she tried to hold me with one hand and whoop me. She'd be all out of breath. Oh Lord, I wear that poor old woman out. And my mother's so sweet. I would wear her out. Trying to whoop me with the way that I was acting. Cause some kids would go, their mothers made them stand still. Even as a little girl, it wasn't nowhere in the hell I was gonna stand still and let my mama hit me on my butt. I was, oh Lord, I act a fool. I have to stand still and turn around and let my mama whoop me on my butt. Mm-mm. My dad did that. My dad whooped me one time. I was so mad at him. And y'all know how old I was when my dad whooped me. I was 14. It was so weird. I was so mad at him. I didn't know what to do. I didn't talk to him for a long time. My dad was so upset. And you think at 14, you growing out of getting whoopings. And I did him the same way. He was out of breath too. I remember he said, "Sit down, girl." He taking them long breaths. Now you listen to me. I wore his I wore him out too. I really knew how to put on. Lucy, you says my dad whooped my sister. He said I was a runner too, but Pops was faster. My other sisters would turn around and let my dad hit them on the butt. You know, they was real submissive. You know, they even then. I think my dad thought it was gonna be like that with me. Okay, because um that's what he thought. He thought it was gonna be like that with me. And it shocked him because when he said turn around, he hit me on my butt one time with that belt. Walk out. I started up. He told my mom, "What's wrong with this girl?" She said, "I told you that's how she do." He was out of breath too. Yeah, sit down. I wore him out because they was probably in their early 30s then, and they started getting short winded. They couldn't keep up with me. All that jumping up and down and running up under the bed and closing, trying to slam the doors. My dad. Oh my God. Yeah, I got all that back. I did. My oldest daughter, she used to make me hold my head. That girl is so dramatic. And my dad couldn't wait to tell me. He said, I just sit and I look at you with her, and I say, you show getting it back for how you did us, because you was something else. You talk back and everything else. I said, Dad, I'm show getting it back. You show right. I was. My dad always made us say yes, sir, and no, sir. I must have been about 5 years old. And my dad lined me and all my sisters up, and he was like, I want all of y'all to say yes, sir, and no, sir. And he said, I want to hear all of y'all say it. So he went down the line. I was at the end of the line. He said, he called our name. My sister said, yes, sir. He said, say it. Yes, sir. He wanted to make sure we knew how to say it. Yes, sir. I was mad as hell. I was like, he making me say yes. I didn't want to say yes, sir, and no, sir. And so he called, my nickname Chrissy. He said, Chrissy. I try to act like I didn't hear him. He said, you hear me? What you gonna say? I said, yes, ma'am. He said, don't say no yes, ma'am to me. What did I say? So I said, yes, sir. I said, yes, ma'am on purpose because I was mad. I was 5 years old. When I mentioned that to my dad, I told my dad that I said, Dad, I was mad because you was making us say, even when I got grown, I said I was 5 years old, I was mad because you was making us say yes, sir, and no, sir. Even up until my dad died, like when I would say, we would talk, and sometimes I would say yes to him. He said, what you say? I would say, yes, sir. I forget. Ronald Gray says, man, these kids just don't know. Back in the day, they beat the brakes off of him. I'm telling you, I wasn't bad. I was something else, but I wasn't bad. But I was something. But it wasn't, I wouldn't call myself bad, but I was something. Ronald says, "Are you a real Leo, Sam? Because we put on made think they was." I know. My dad gonna say to me, I couldn't do much with your personality and you talking back. And I don't care how we got at you or threatened you, you always had to say something. You always had that mouth. So I knew it you must have had it for a reason. Have you all hit the like button for me? Let me see. Yeah, keep hitting the like button. But we was talking about young Dolph. We got into talking about other stuff. We're talking about kids and stuff. But I said that to say this: these kids do need their fathers and stuff. They do, because I'm gonna tell y'all something. When I was growing up, even when my mother and my dad was not together anymore, my dad, I used to hate it because my dad used he was always kissing on me and hugging on me, and it was very embarrassing to me. All of that affection and stuff, because my mother is real quiet and she's always been real laid back. She's not um should I say she's not affectionate because she's very shy and reserved. That's how she is. But my dad and his family, his sisters and stuff, they were always very affectionate. My mother's mom was very affectionate. My mother was just very quiet and reserved, you know. But my dad and my dad used to, I love you in front of everybody. It just make us shame. And I know me, you know, my dad kissing on me and stuff everywhere. So it makes a difference, y'all. You know, when you have a father telling you, even when you make your own mistakes and stuff, because those mistakes I made was mine. Okay. It was not like I didn't know when I was choosing the wrong guys, but you override logic sometimes. But um it makes a difference when fathers are in their households teaching their daughters um about love and validating them, being the first man to validate them, and having a mother that is a model, right? The model of their house. My girls have never seen a man spend the night at my house, and that is on my dad's word. You can ask my daughters. They never seen a man spend the night in my house because I never let one. I didn't want my girls seeing me having different men in and out of my house and stuff, coming all in and out of my bedroom. Mm-mm. It never happened. They never saw it happen. It happened when they were spending nights with my mother. If I was seeing somebody at the time, he it happened then. But other than that, it didn't happen. They didn't see it. And so that's why I say mothers have to be examples to their daughters. Okay. Because it ain't no reasons why a mother should be okaying a girl selling her bottom for $40 or for any price. And by the time she turned 20 years old, she already got 1,000 miles on her. That's it. It's just, you know, this stuff, it's got to stop. A lot of women promote that now. Their daughters selling their bodies or using these men for money. These men are, a lot of them are emotionally unstable. They're not playing with these women about using them for their money. They taking these girls out. I'm telling you, like I always say, if somebody sell they twat for $40, they can't be trusted. And I'm serious. That's a person that would do anything. I would not trust them for nothing. If I could see them or not, I wouldn't trust them. If you sell coochie for $40, you'll do anything. Um, Rama says my mom was very affectionate. I'm her only child. My mother was very my mom had me real spoiled. The type of spoiled that my mom had me because I was my mother's only child until I was 10. I wouldn't recommend that for anybody. And I'm serious because I can remember my mama did everything for me. It was our my grandma had me spoiled too. But my mother was real passive. And so anything I wanted, she made sure she got it. She broke her neck to get it. It was, you know what I mean? And we was talking about that one day, and she was like, when I became a single mother, whatever, she said I decided that whatever my child want, and it messed me up for years. I promise you, it did. Because when I became about 16, she started trying to break me, and it was hard too, because I had never seen my mother act hard. And she said it was the hardest thing to do, to break me from thinking I was supposed to have everything that I wanted, because she said her mindset was, since it's just me and my baby now, I'm gonna make sure I give her everything. Whatever she want, I'm gonna give it to her. And that's because she was a young mother. She didn't know no better. Right. But when I became about 16 years old, maybe around the time I was 14, because that's when because she had never let my dad whoop me or nothing. She was trying to break me because I was so spoiled. I didn't like for people to tell me no. And that's when she let my dad whoop me. And I mean, it was bad. So I couldn't believe that I felt like that was a betrayal. My mama let me, he would fuss at me, but she would always draw the line. No, you're not gonna whoop her. And then she let him whoop me. She said because she realized as she got older, I ruined this girl so bad that my mother, she was like, I realized like at 16 years old, I'm still ironing her school clothes. I gotta break this girl. And it was I think it was bad because like even going over into like into my 20s, I only saw things with a one track mind. Like it's supposed to be the way that I want it to be. So can you imagine my one of my first real jobs being the police department, and I'm seeing all of this different stuff? I mean, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. Like eh, you start working on jobs and people don't give a damn about you. But she's a good mother. She's always been very sweet. She's always been a very sweet person. Ronald Gray says $40 coochie, I'm running. Believe it or not, it's a lot of men paying $40 for coochie. I don't like men like that. I don't like no man that buy no coochie, but if they pay $40 for coochie, mm-mm. He don't think none of himself or nothing else. Cause, ugh, mm-mm. What I think about the Fannie Willis situation, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look more into it, but I think I for some reason I think they kind of set Fannie up. I think they had her to go after Trump so that they could expose her. I think they set her up. That's what I think. T Clean, is Paige T Clean still in here? She asked me something about Orange Mound Quit. I wanted to answer her before I got off. Is she still in here? Because she asked me early on about it. I forgot what the question was, but it was something about Orange Mound Quit. Um, yeah, she fell for it. She did. They set her up to make sure that she was not reelected. That they start to tarnish her career and all of that. I think they definitely set up. I guess she's not in here anymore. It was a betrayal on, yeah. Yes, it was. Yes, it was because see, she had the potential to really go far in Georgia. Like after the DA's office, she had a popularity to move further. They made sure that they've tarnished that. They set her up because she had the potential. She had the potential and the ambition. If you're pimping strong, you can get it for free. Cypress, that's not pimping. If a woman chooses to lay down with you to have relations with you, she might just like you. That's the reason why women don't even like giving men because she might just want to have some fun for that night. Hey, this is a cool dude. Um, me and him been cool for a while. He seemed like a decent guy. She might not even be looking for a relationship, but because men had a mindset, yeah, she laid with me. I was pimping. Women think about that. Nah, men too immature. Even if I want to let loose for a minute or so, I can't even do that without all of that garbage. Him talking about he pimping and I got it for free and all that. F him. And so that's why they just stay celibate until they find the right person. ZK said people like Cypress make it bad. I know. I have to talk to myself because I've been celibate, y'all. I have been celibate for over a year. And I have to really talk to myself sometimes because I've said I'm gonna wait until I get married, but shoot, some of those times you be getting weak. But see, the only thing about it is I don't okay, I'm giving okay, I ain't gonna talk about that. Um y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Right. No kiddie for it says no kiddie for no one. Period. Oh, okay. Right. I said, dog, just imagine if people always ask me, well, what you gonna do like when you meet the right person and y'all you know might want to get married or something. How you gonna know if you're gonna be satisfied with him? Like how you know what he look like? Listen, I ain't no virgin. I mean, it ain't like I've never seen a penis before. I wouldn't. I'll ask him. Let me see it. Let me look at it. Not pimping Mac and Cypress. Uh, Oh Lord. See, that's what I'm talking about. Mac and that's the same stuff. It's a turn off when I hear men talking about they pimping and they macking and stuff, especially if they're in their 40s and stuff. ZK said that's why these ninjas go in to get put in the trunk now. I'm telling you, these women ain't playing with these men thinking they're gonna play with their feelings and stuff. Go from one woman, and then once they get tired of them, they think they're gonna run back to another woman. You stay your low vibrational ass away from me. You stay on over there with that lunatic and let her watch everything I do and copy me. Okay? You get a duplicate of the real thing. You stay your low vibrational ass over there. Because that's what ends up happening. And you let somebody with a real good energy in. When you get tired of bullshit, you don't want nothing but the right energy, the right masculine energy in your life. Once you done got tired of all the crap. Cause that's what has happened to me in the past. Like one of the last guys that I was dating, and that's when I decided like I'm gonna be celibate. One of the last guys that I was dating, I thought that it would go far because we had been dating on and off for 5 years, and he started messing around with a girl who on social media. He had talked to this girl before, and then they stopped talking or something like that. But on social media, she watched me for forever. So then she requested my friendship on Facebook. I ended up having to delete her because I mean, if I would post, it was like it was a competition. She kind of gave it away anyways. It was like it was a competition. Anything I would post, she would post. Anything I would say, she would say. Bitch, you can't compete with a person you can't compare with. And that's the reason why I let that low vibrational bitch have him. Because when stuff like that start happening, when you have women that are watching you're supposed to be woman trying to compete with him, that I don't know. It made me lose a lot of respect for him. It really did. It made me lose a lot of respect for him. And it's probably a good thing that it happened. I'm glad that it ended. I wasn't happy then, but I'm happy that it ended up happening when it should, because sometimes a person's energy has to be cleared out of your life for the right energy to start coming in. But um she's even when we would have issues, she gave it away with the way that she tried to duplicate everything that I did. Don't a woman do that unless she's screwing the man. So I did him a favor. I let her have him. And I've been good for over a year. Get sick of these damn men, ex porn stars and shit like that. And they go and try to mess over you after you have tried to build them up. See, here's the thing. You have the business mind. Okay, you have the business mind, you have the winner's mind. Bitch straight up out the hood. You know she's simple to be watching you trying to duplicate you. So it is an insult when somebody that you are helping to build up spiritually, emotionally, you trying to help them to win, go and mess over you for a duplicate. I couldn't forgive that, and I still can't. I never will. Okay, but that's what happens, and so that's the reason why I said like for over a year now, I've been celibate because I can't put my energy, all of this good energy and stuff, into the wrong man anymore. I have a lot to offer, and when I say a lot to offer, I'm not talking about like money or anything like that. I'm talking about as far as being just a flat out winner, being authentic. I have my flaws and stuff, but I'm not getting ready to build a damn man up for a damn porn star. Okay. You help to build him up, help him with business and stuff so that you can make him attractive to a damn porn star. That's the reason why a lot of these men can't win now. Because once you mess over me, you don't get another chance to do it. Especially if I've rocked with you the long way, you don't get another chance. You stay with that narcissist. Because number one, that's a Decepticon to be watching a woman that you was with trying to duplicate everything that she was doing to be deceptive to you. It serves a man and a woman that does that know better than to have that shit. Mm-hmm. Any man that mess over his woman for a porn star deserves to be miserable. I don't care if it was just sex or what. I ain't forgiving no. I ain't forgiving them for nothing. I don't forgive. I don't forgive, especially if I was in it, and I'm just using this as an example. Okay. I don't forgive regardless to who the woman is. I'm not forgiving. Especially if I was all in. You don't get a second chance to mess me over. We bring peace, then they wake up a beast. I'm telling you. Y'all know I just be acting a fool up here, but I'm very spiritual. Some women don't listen well in 2024. Some men see that early, stand for something or fall for anything. What you mean by that big pressure? I think that's just why like I don't have like no patience or for the bull crap. Because I've tried to be patient with people. I've tried to be patient with people that just it wouldn't. I have too much going on in my life to be dealing with some stalking ass woman. And then that's the type of work that I do. Like what a lot of men, what they don't understand is even in my daily career, when I take cases, when people are going through divorces and I take cases, men mess over their good wives that they have built something with. For women who's looking at his wife, she don't necessarily want him. Women try to prove themselves that they're better than another woman that they can't even compete with. She's zoned in on his wife and see what his wife has going on, and she just trying to prove to herself, I'm better than his wife. She think his wife got, she got a business, she's got a successful business. Bitch, you working at Burger King, ho. And what he does is he brings in this energy And his wife don't much even know about it for a long time. Ronna, I was just using porn star as an example. um he brings in, I'm talking about now, like in my daily work. He brings in a woman and he cheats with somebody that can't even compare with his wife for years, messing over his wife and his children for somebody that does some nasty sex. And so I hear people try to spin it and put it on the women all the time and say, well, you gonna divorce your husband and leave your husband and break up your family just because he was dealing with something like her. It's not the woman's fault. He was the one that betrayed her. So they should be saying that to him. You mess over your wife who has helped you to build, that has built an empire with you, and you love your wife, because most of these men still love their women, and you'll risk it all for the likes of this right here, somebody that has zoned in on your wife and just want to compete with your wife. And it gives the woman great pleasure to say, well, he said that I was the best thing that he ever, I was better in bed than any woman that he has ever had. A woman that has had your children, that has built with you, that was with you when you had nothing. You give a whore the opportunity to tell your wife this. Big Pressure says only women who understand, respect a man. Listen to, but I don't know what you're talking about, because most people, women that are going, a lot of women that have gone through divorces say, but I mean, my wife, my husband and I didn't have no issues. I was always there for my husband. That's a lame excuse to cheat on your significant other, talking about she didn't listen to me. Oh Lord, Mike, women and men build businesses together. Look, whoever this person is, Whitaker, what's that? District Whitaker says we need to get rid of Stan G. He makes Memphis look bad with no content and all clickbait. I wish you email him and show him how to get us to Whitaker, stop. Leave Stan G alone. Stan G got over 100 something thousand views. Don't leave Stan G alone. Leave him alone. Whitaker, stop. Big Pressure says it's three sides to every story, and it shouldn't be no three sides because the side chick ain't got no business in the equation. So I don't know what you talk about. So you bring somebody else into our relationship and then say it's three sides. It shouldn't be no damn three sides when it's supposed to be loyalty between two people. So now you giving the side chick a say. It's three sides now, right? So she got a right and a side. That's the reason why these men getting divorced like 40 going north and getting everything taken from them. Whitaker says, yes, on Mr. N interview. That interview he did with Mr. N. That was a good interview. That was a good interview, Whitaker. Also, you saying the truth, her side, your side, and the truth. I thought you was talking about the side chick. I was ready to say, so now the side chick has that much control. She has a say in the relationship. New to you says women shouldn't listen. I'm gonna tell y'all something, okay? I ain't sharing. I'm not sharing my husband. I'm not sharing my husband or my man. And if I find out, somebody gotta go. He got to go. Cause I can't get over betrayal. I can't get over betrayal because I'm very loyal. Well, that's what I was talking about. Side chicks, big pressure. That's what I was talking about. I thought me and you was on the same page. Lucy, you says women shouldn't tell a man how to lead. He should, right. A man should already know how to lead. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I used to talk to this guy, and he's a very nice guy. He's real handsome. He's very nice. I promise you, he is so sweet. Anybody would say, why don't you marry that guy? Because that guy liked you so much. He loved you so much, but he didn't know how to lead. He waited for me to tell him what to do. I that was stressful to me. I gotta tell him what to do. I can't live my life like that. Oh, geez, thanks, Father. Oh my God. Whitaker says, you keep us listening to you at all times. Yes, that was his best interview. We listen to everything you say because you keep it real with us. Shreveport, Louisiana. Shout out to Louisiana. Lord have mercy, Jesus. Neo says the problem is women have too much of an opinion on how we should do everything. Ain't no man finna listen to that. We ain't perfect, but we all have. Okay, not all women, but I think as women, we don't ask so much. We just ask a man to be loyal, be respectful, and don't cheat. They act like that's a problem. Then they go and get a woman who starts stalking their woman and being disrespectful when they supposed to leave extra people out of relationships because you could mess around and get your significant other messed over. So you're trying to tell me you don't love your significant other enough not to mess around. You don't love them enough not to cheat. I can't. That's the reasons why I've never been able to get over betrayal, and it's always best if I just move on because that's always in the back of my head. Like I thought we had something solid, and you step out and cheat on me for this. Whether the person has something going on or not, it means nothing to me. You step out on me for another woman. I don't care who or what she is. I don't care who or what she is. It hurts no less if she worked at McDonald's or if she was a doctor. The problem is it is another person and you cheated on me with them. I can't get past that. That's disloyal. I've never been able to get past it, and I'm not gonna try. All these years, I've never been able to get over betrayal, and I'm not gonna start trying to train myself and numb myself to try and do it. They got me fucked up. Go on with your life. Kiss my ass. um, so it says me either. I can't unsee nothing like that either, Tam. Right, I can't. And I was just using porn stars and stuff. I was being sarcastic. Okay, I was just being sarcastic. But you have to get used to that if he's unsuccessful because every woman wants him. If he's successful, Well, a lot of women be all over men that's not successful. A, a lot of successful men are single because they don't have a woman. He could be successful and he don't have a woman. No other woman is gonna be, you're not gonna see a whole lot of women going after him. But you take that same successful man or a man that's mildly successful or got potential to be successful and put him with a woman that's got something going for himself, the women are going to zone in on that damn woman and say, "Oh, okay, she thinks she got something going for herself. I'm getting ready to see if I can make him cheat on her." They start competing with the woman. That's why when the ladies finally say, I'm done with this bitch, you go on with your life. Go ahead, be with him. You a year later they broke up because the competition gone. She didn't really want him. She saw his potential because that woman that she could try to compete with, that she never could compete with, was pulling that potential out of her because she had the winner's mind. Bitch, you a copycat hoe. You ain't even got no mind to be watching another woman trying to duplicate everything she do, and that's why his low vibrational ass stay in the mud. Mike says we don't cheat, we have options. Okay. I've seen it happen, y'all. Like I have cousins. I was listening to my cousin just the other day. My cousin, now he ain't no good, but he good looking. He in his early 50s. He's always been a ladies' man because he's real charming. And he was saying just the other day, he had a real nice girl. She was closer to his age. She was real nice, had some things going for herself. He messed around. He always liked no good girls, not to really be with. He just always messed around with them. He was saying just the other day how he regret. He was like, at first I wasn't regretting it. I was like, she need to go on with her life because I was tired of her nagging me. He said, but I'm sure regretting it now. And it's been 6 months. I'm sure regretting it. But that's what his old ass get. And I think his poor girlfriend, she had taken so much. She had taken so much. I think she was doing all that she could to try, and I don't know how she made herself immune to that. And when I would see when she would be around us, she was such a sweet person. And I've known my cousin my whole life. I knew he ain't about nothing. We just love him. And I was saying, Lord, I hope he treat this one right because she is really. He's had other good girls, but this one was really. She was really trying to stick it out with him. She helped him to get his. He has a tow trucking company. She helped him to get. I mean, helped him to. He always had it, but hell, he just had a damn tow truck. That's it, because he wasn't getting no business. She really helped him. She helped him to get his business in rotation. She helped him. She tried to stick it out with that nigga. And he still didn't treat her right. And she left him. Now he's sitting around talking to us, talking about I wasn't messed up about it at first, but I sure hate it now. I don't think I think she has learned to be without him. Because my sister was like, she saw her and because she had started losing a lot of weight and just looking bad because he had started stressing her out. And I know it was because she was fighting with herself because she thought about I've helped to build this Negro up. Why should I should maybe I shouldn't leave this behind and let another woman have it. But My sister said she's seen her, she done gained her weight and stuff back and within 6 months, and she looks healthy. What you mean, Mike? She left because she wanted the whole thing. What you talk about? The whole thing? What? It's his tow trucking company. It's his company. She helped him with the business part of it. His ass wasn't getting called to tow no trucks. He didn't even know how to put his business on Google. Oh my god. He didn't even know how to do that. Maybe she'll take him back one day. Big pressure don't start that. Big pressure said, Miss T, I think cheating only applies to married men or men who are actually positively providing and leading their women. I think cheating applies to married men and men that are exclusively in relationships with a woman. Okay. If you feel like, you know, okay, I'm a single man, so you can't tell me what to do. I can cheat. Um, you don't need to have that woman being exclusively with you because I'm gonna tell you something. If a man says to me, okay, Tamara, I want to be exclusively in a relationship with you, and I feel the same way. If we're exclusive, I feel like that means it's just he and I. He ain't seeing other women, and I'm not seeing other men. But the issue with men, I see they want women to be exclusive to them, and then they want to go and screw everybody else. That's right. She left for her peace, and she doing good, and he ain't. She doing good, and he's not. Big Pressure says you can only cheat on a woman you are providing for. Okay, I just read that. So I think men just need to get it together. That's what they need to do. Because I don't understand why they want to be consistently out here screwing a lot of different women, anyways. They mess over good women because they want to be out here screwing everybody. That's what they want to do. That's not cool. Damn, how you know what I was thinking? What was you thinking? What are you talking about, Cypress? I just think these men, I think, men feel like because I don't know if it's embedded in their brains that they're supposed to be able to date a lot of women. Miss T, I think some women just want to be independent. I don't know what you mean by that. You mean, see, the thing that pissed me off is, if I say, well, I'm not going to be with a man that cheats. And then I hear men say, oh, well, you get ready to be by yourself. Bye. So you would rather lose a good woman than be faithful? So you don't think enough of no woman to treat her right, because what men need to understand is when they cheat on their women, it messes with them emotionally. So you don't give a damn about how you make her feel? And that changes her energy towards him. Because there are some men out there that won't cheat, especially if he know he got him something good. Been with my wife 20 years, never cheated. None of my friends cheat. Thank you, Hero Fix TV. So it can be done. Ain't that something? 20 years ain't never cheated. Don't never get tired of being with his wife. I'm trying to understand why these men gotta have all these different damn cooches. OG's next spider says all men are not the same. Let's start there. Okay. That's true. All men are not the same. There are a lot of good men. Right. If you're going to cheat, stay single and don't ask a woman to exclusively give you all of her energy. Because men know that if they tell a woman, hey, especially a woman like me, well, listen, I want us to do everything that people would do in a relationship, but I don't want to be locked in. I'm gonna say I'm not giving you all my damn goods and my energy for you to drain me and then emotionally mess me up, and you doing whatever you want to do. You still dating other women. That means that you don't really want to be with me. So I'm a decline. So that's the reason why they say that let's be exclusive so that they can make sure that no other man gets you because they know you're a good woman. And then they have you, and then they get to do whatever it is that they want to do. That's what that is. That's not right. I mean, but there are a lot of good men, though. There are. My dad called me number one for a reason. That's right. I was with my wife 23 years and never cheated either. That's good, Ronald. Kevin says, let's keep it real now. Women are some cheating mother suckers too. Yeah, a lot of women are starting to cheat now. But well, no, I was going to say women cheat back. A lot of women are starting to step out too and cheat because their husbands are cheating on them. And then some women are just no good. So yeah, you're right. Jay says polygamy is not good. No, I'm not being in no polygamous relationship. Period. I see more and more men are talking about that now. Polygamy. Oh, that ain't for me. My mind, my brain is not set up like that. I'm not accepting it. Period. I'm not accepting it. I'm not going to be in a polygamous relationship. If I can't have him to myself, I don't want him. Good riddance. Women are slickers. They don't get caught unless you catch them in the act. Women don't get. I'm gonna tell you something. I do divorce case. I investigate. When people are going through divorce, women are my hardest. When men hire me to see if their wives are cheating, it takes me a lot longer to figure out what they're doing because women are slicker, and I'm a woman, and women are. It's very hard to catch women cheating. Men get caught because the women that they cheat with, they leave clues on purpose and they don't even realize it. They want the wife or the girl to know. Men don't think like that to realize that. He thinks she just is innocent all the time. She done already found this woman on social media, and she already doing little stuff. She know where she work at. She done already did all of that, trying to figure out if they got some people in common. She leaving stuff in his car, putting it up under the seat on the passenger side. She doing little stuff to make sure his wife suspects something. Some way to their limp noodle, then want to give some act right. That's so true. hmm I just think people should learn to respect the people that they're with, because two people can be together forever and make each other happy. All days are not good days, but you can do that. You don't have to bring folks in. I'm gonna tell y'all something, because people are crazy now. I would never get married and have a or say that I'm exclusive with somebody and have extra if I'm married, an extramarital affair, because you don't know what you're dealing with now. My husband don't know I got this going on. The man might flip out and decide, you know what, I want to be with her. I want her all to myself. So I'll just go. If I take her husband out, we could be together. You don't ever you bringing all of this chaos around your significant other, whether it's your wife or your woman that you are exclusively with. You putting them in a line of fire that you ain't got to put them in, because people are off of their rockers now. It's just best to be faithful. It ain't nothing wrong with being faithful. You be happier. You get the most out of them. Let me tell you something. I am a woman. If I know a man got my back, I'll do anything he want me to do. If I know he got me, I promise you I got him. But if that motherfucker think he gonna play games with me and run back and forth between different women and try to treat me like I'm an option, I ain't got shit for him but a hard time. And then I'm gonna cut his ass off. I ain't get ready to use my winner's mind to build up a motherfucker so he can go be with a hoe. To make him, to build him up so he can be appeasing to the damn whores. A lot of these women can look at a man just based on the woman he got and listen to her conversation and see what she got going on and see that he got potential. And she know that woman gonna be able to bring it up out of him, so she want to stick around, because based on she can't do it because she ain't got the mind to do it, because the bitch is a loser. Based on the woman he got, she want to be around him, so when he come up, she could already be around. So men shouldn't put their women through that. She depending on another woman to help him to come up, and then she stick around screwing him, so when he come up, she can reap the benefits after another woman done helped him. That's the reason why a lot of these men can't win, because of how they mistreating these women that have had their back 100. Mike, it don't listen. It could be your words. It's more men that have talent, but they don't know the business. So he get him a woman, and he got the talent. He get out and work. He got the skills to do something, but she might have, baby, you know what? Why don't you do it this way, and you can start making residual income? God put that lady into that man's life so that they can help each other. You don't mistreat your blessing. You don't mistreat your blessing for somebody else that never would have even wanted you if she wasn't even around, or if you didn't have what you have. And that's what a lot of these damn men forget. I don't give a damn how handsome you are. A lot of these women are just about money now and competition, because they need to make their self-esteem so low. They want to make themselves feel like this. So I took her man and she got all that going on. She a nurse practitioner, and I still was able to F him. So I'm just as good as her. So he ruining his home for a woman that's trying to prove to herself that she better than a woman that he got that she already knows she could never compete with. And he let her do it. He put his woman in that position. That's the reason why it's so hard for women to forgive. Because you think about a nurse practitioner, she around nothing but doctors all the time that's making big money. And she never even look at him twice because she got a damn husband at home that she loved that ain't making nearly the money that doctor making. And you go and fuck me over for somebody that can't touch me in no way, her character, nothing. And you couldn't turn your back on that. But I'm around doctors of prestige all day, every day. But I got eyes for nobody but my husband. No. Mm-mm. See, Mike, you just got issues with women because women don't want control just because they say I don't want my man cheating on me. Men now, I'm starting to notice, like, even when I talk to guys, just casually talk to them, it's a lot of men that feel like women are trying to control them when they say I don't want you cheating on me. Who she thinks she is? She trying to control me. A woman shouldn't even have to tell her man don't cheat on me. That's not even a conversation that they're really even supposed to be having because it's already understood. But child, anyways. I got a client. It's funny to me, but I love them. She said I went and met with one of my clients the other day. I got to go out of town on a case in a couple weeks, and they always rehire me. And her family owns Hilton hotels throughout the South. And she said to me, um, she said, "Can I take a picture of you?" At first, I'm thinking, because we were out having lunch at an Indian restaurant. I said, "Yeah, sure, why not?" She said, I want to show your picture. I want to show your picture to someone that I know. He's single too. Do you mind dating Indian guys?" I hollered. I hollered. Mike says, "I have no problems because I set boundaries first." Well, that's true. You're supposed to set boundaries. And women too. Do you feel like women are not supposed to set boundaries? Because a lot of men feel like women are just to be walked on. I'm gonna tell you something. Every time I go out of town and do work for them, they always set me up in the presidential suite. I do not be wanting to leave. They make it like almost like a vacation. I get to order room service as much as I want to. I be wanting to hurry up and get off of the case and get back to the hotel. I go down to the gym. They have real good breakfast. I love it. Swimming pool. Mike says, and I've been working with them now for like 2 years. So, like, sometimes that's when I was in a relationship, I would sometimes I would have my then boyfriend to go with me sometimes. Um, Devastating you says, "Lord, if she tried to hook, yeah, she tried to hook me up." I said, "Lord, have mercy, mercy." She said, "Now most Indian guys are doctors." Yeah, I want to say something. I'm not gonna say it. I promise to God I want to crack a joke, but I'm not gonna say it. Yes, you know what you're dealing with off top, so you don't have to waste time. Right. It's best to get an understanding. Give at least give the person the option of if they want to be getting that or not. But I think the issue with a lot of women is even after a man tell them what they dealing with, they feel like if they whipping on them real good, they can change their minds. No, I wouldn't get ready to say little Peters. Hey Robert, I wouldn't get ready to say that. I was getting ready to say something else. I ain't gonna say it though. They own not only do they own Hilton hotels, they own insurance companies. So they always hire me to go and investigate some stuff for them. And it's always out of town. Um it says dummy in my Miss Kitty voice. She did say she said that she's starting they're doing something where they're gonna start like this situation where they're gonna be do net the women are gonna be networking, coming together to network. See, it's just good to have people to deal with people that believe in generating money and helping you to generate and expand and not worried about none of that other stuff. You know, like people on YouTube, you get together and you plot on how you could take down a person. You could be plotting on how to build yourself up more and making doctor's appointments with the psychiatrist and stuff, getting on your meds and all that, because you got to be mentally ill. Listen, I would like to have a conversation with you. Antonio, you want to have a conversation with me? Um, Neil says, I hate to tell you this, but it's a slim pickings for sisters to have a good man. There might be two good men for every 10 women out there. Mm, mm. Where the rest of them at? In jail or dead? Is that what you're saying? And well, I don't mean no men. I don't mean no harm. But they used to say all the men were either in jail or dead. But I think it's more men now that are gay. I think it's a bigger percentage of them gay now than in jail and dead. All you women don't like the type of structure Middle Eastern men have. Their women covered up and super obedient. Mike says more men are single. It's a lot of men. Let me tell you something. It be a lot of men that be talking about how they want good women and stuff. It's a lot of single men. Listen, I have men that are my friends that are single. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's a lot of men that are single that have going through divorces, or just single. They want them some good women. And I know people say, because I have male friends that are successful, that are good, that would be good prospects for husbands. And I know people say, why don't you get you one? Because they've been my friends. I don't date my friends. I don't date my friends at all. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I value my friendships. I used to have a friend. We're not friends anymore. We haven't talked in a long time. This was a long time ago, and this is how I've always been. When I first started talking to him, because he was working with my mother. When we first saw each other, I was like, oh my God, he's so cute, blah blah blah. So, anyways, when he gave my mom his phone number to give to me. The first night I talked to him, he said to me, he said, he was very honest. He said, I got a girlfriend, but we could be whatever it is that you want. I said, well, we could, and I've always appreciated him for telling me that. I said, well, the only thing we could be is friends because I'm not gonna be somebody's side chick. Me and him was friends for a long time. We tripped on the phone. We talked almost every day. We laughed, and I became very content with him being my friend. So, like a year and a half after that, he and his girlfriend broke up, and he wanted to start dating me. But I had become very content with him being my friend, and he was offended with that. Like if even if I like a guy in the beginning and he's got something else going on, if I get used to him being a platonic friend, I'm not going to step back over the line and date him because I'm used to him being my friend. I'm used to him being my friend at this point. Neil says, yes, a lot of men are in jail, DL, or running around with. Riley, get over here. Get over here. Yes, a lot of men are in jail, DL, or running around with several baby mamas. Man can't stop the street life and transition to a legal business. More men are single because women outnumber men 6 to 1. They have the right to be selected. Oh, that's not right, Kevin. That's not right. Well, black men shouldn't have no issue with black women dating outside of the race. Cause I always say now, don't accept nothing. I'm not settling. I'm not. I'm not gonna be unhappy. Some women want the man they can't have, but settle with the man they don't want. They shouldn't do that either. Because you could never truly make a man happy that you don't want. I wouldn't recommend that. That's a hell to live in. Being with somebody that you've settled with. And then it's not right. So don't do nobody like that. Oh, child. Anyways, yeah, I was only intending to be on like an hour, but we've been on almost like 3 hours. Yeah. I don't know about nobody else, but I can't even kiss a man that I gotta almost love him to kiss him. Because kissing to me is very intimate. I gotta almost love him to kiss him. So you already know that I ain't just laying down with nobody that I don't care about or love as far as like some intercourse. I don't know how men do it. I don't know how men just lay down and get naked and exchange sexual energies and share his soul because he's sharing a part of his soul when he has sex with a woman with somebody that he don't even like. That's absolutely disgusting. If you ask me, it's trifling. Then they be in bed. Get up here, Riley. Then they be in bed doing everything to that woman that he do to his woman. So he got his face all up in her coochie and ass and all of that. Oh, and then we don't like her. I don't care nothing about her. That's sick. Diane says 3 hours ain't nowhere near long. We have talked about a lot of stuff tonight. We talked about a lot of stuff tonight. And for the record, I have never dated anybody that I know of that dated a porn star, but I was dating a guy who had a who started messing with a girl who watched me on social media and did everything that I post, she posted. Everything I did, she did. And so that's what let me know that he was still dealing with her. Um Mike says I'm a Leo, so I gotta roam around. Oh Lord. Well, you should have just said that, Mike, that you really don't want to be faithful to nobody. Um Hero says, "Do you think a lot of fatherless kids come from one night stand?" Yeah, and it's happening a lot more now. It's happening a lot more. He says, "If you decide to date outside the race, give us a black baby before you do population control. Is on our ass." I appreciate you letting us express ourselves openly and keeping a open mind to our opinions and vice versa, and not, yeah, oh no, I would never get offended. I think more conversations like this need to happen because you start to see a lot. What I'm seeing is, and I could be wrong, but this is what I am seeing with a lot of men that they don't feel like they should be faithful. More men, I see a lot more men now talking about polygamy. I wish I would live up in the house with two, three damn women. Jay says one night stand don't always mean night, evening. One night stand can daylight too. Did Mike just confess he just a natural cheater? Well, I'm not a cheater, and I'm not gonna accept nobody cheating on me. I ain't gonna tell no lies though. I cheated. I like I told y'all, I cheated one time, and when I got messed over, I mean, I had thoughts of cheating. I've had thoughts of cheating, even after that, but I just to get back at the person, but I didn't do it. What can have one woman? Well, I don't know what nobody else do, but the man I'm gonna be with gonna have one. I mean, that's if we gonna be together. I'm not gonna make him do it either. I'm not gonna make him do it. I don't even want a man I gotta make do nothing. It's gotta be something he wanna do. If he don't find me worthy enough, if I'm not enough woman for him, I'll be enough woman for another man. I see a lot of women now saying, "Well, all men cheat. But I'm the main chick." Y'all know we living in a sad society now when women are accepting this. When I know that cheating is emotionally draining on any woman, and they have numbed themselves to it, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not going to. I don't know why she always leave this twig right here in the middle of his head when she cut his hair. That's right, new to you. Kings don't cheat, lust demons do. And they destroy families. They destroy families. I can't understand how men would, don't see anything wrong with destroying their families. by going out cheating with other women. That's just how careless and inconsiderate they are. A lot of them, because that's what that is. Cypress said, "Did anybody say lust demon?" And then men are like they like to threaten. They like to threaten their women now when women say something to them. Cause not my last boyfriend, but the one before that tried to threaten me. Talking about you keep on, I mess around, and I won't come home some nights. I said, okay, you do that. I said, I bet I can beat you though, cause I won't come home damn night. I be gone every night. And I had to get rid of him because you don't threaten me. Diane Bowen says that old saying, a piece of man is better than no man at all. I'm not gonna take what I got and work with it. You understand what I mean? Is it cheating if we throw a few dollars on some big guns at gentlemen's clubs while drinking a beer? Yes. Why would a man want to go to the gentlemen's club and be throwing dollars all over somebody's big rump when he could be at home throwing dollars on his woman's rump? Oh, big pressure. That's not true. If you have a happy wife, you do have a happy life. Happy wife, happy life. But why would they want to go to? I wouldn't mind him going to the gentleman's club to drink and to have fun with the fellas, but to be all over the strippers and all of that. Mm-mm. You can come home and put a pole in your bedroom with your wife and tell her, baby, I want you to play like you a stripper tonight, and throw the dollars all over your wife. Wait a minute, Riley, get back over here. Come on, hold on, y'all. Come on, Riley. Come on, Remy. Come on. But I don't know. My husband used to beat the strip clubs down before we. That's right. When you get married, when you say you want to be exclusive with somebody, it's just certain things you don't do. Like it would be certain. It would be a lot of things that I don't do. Number one, starting with if my husband says to me when we get married, listen, you know, it might be certain things, right? But a lot of those things should have already been discussed before marriage because I used to date a guy who had issues with me wearing tall heels. You up high in them heels, he didn't like for me, and I mean I have a collection of heels because I love that's just one of my things. I love stiletto heels, and he had an issue with it, but I want to get ready to start wearing them because he had an issue with them. I was wearing them when he met me. Hell, stuff like that is petty. Mike said, if he knew he didn't like a woman that wears stiletto heels, he shouldn't have never been with me. My friend used to get mad when I talked to any man. That's right. I know that's my thing. I love stiletto heels. I've been doing good because I was ordering stiletto heels every week. Macy's had a sale, but I've been doing good. I haven't had any shoes to arrive in almost a month. Well, let me quit lying because when I went and got my nails done the other day, I went over to Dillard's and got me some sandals for the springtime. I know I love heels. I didn't want to hear that shit. I don't even know why I asked that dumbass question. How in the hell any dude got a problem with heels? I know I was wearing heels when he met me. I was understanding when when he said, "Baby, your your skirts and stuff are I need, they could be longer." So I started wearing them longer because he said the heels was too tall and made the skirts look shorter. Done took y'all mortgage money and gave it to someone on a dream. You should be pissed, but some still told Boots to kick him in his ass. I know that's right. Keep it real, ladies. Those 45-year-old knees won't be kneeing like they did when they were 25. Twerk, twerk, still not a reason to cheat me. Well, it ain't got nothing to do with the knees. Like, they be going to look at the booties bouncing, right? It's a lot of women know how to make their booty bounce. Cause if our husband would rather see a 25-year-old make her booty bounce rather than his wife, then what he needs to do is he needs to free his wife so his wife can go and get another man that would love for her to see and he go to the club and hang around the 25-year-old. Because sure enough, if his wife says, "Listen, you going to the strip club too much, I want you need to cut that," and he don't do it, that's going to be a problem. If he finds himself not being able to stop going to the club, if he can't stop, that's a problem. Because he has become emotionally attached to something else. Because I mean, men cheat a lot, but they can't take it when women cheat. And when women cheat, they are more emotionally attached to the men that they cheat with. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Women cheat to win. If they lay down with a man, she has some type of emotional attachment to him and will leave him for you if the circumstances are right. Big Pressure says, I think women feminine, assertive, and freaky energy make a nigga want to come home every night. Mm. I think that's the issue now. Like, people don't have sex for enjoyment anymore. They doing it to see how freaky a person is. That's what people doing now. I've been saying that people have sex only now to see how far a person goes. And whoever is the nastiest, rather they ain't got no character, they ain't building nothing with them, nothing. Whoever is the nastiest is the freakiest when the man. We've showed fallen from grace. I'm telling you. Ain't got nothing else to offer, but she putting that tongue wherever he want her to put it, and he done messed up his whole family for that. We got one up on Kevin over here on that buddy. Lord have mercy. Then took y'all mortgage money. Oh, okay, I'm on the wrong screen. You took the third reason of the truth. I'm a Scorpio. If you know, you know. That's why I can't be with no anybody. Miss Kitty. Me too. I like to feel protected. I like to know a man got my back. He's a provider. He's a protector. I just don't have to worry about a whole lot of stuff because I know he got that. And he don't just make butthole decisions. He got that. A lot of women, regardless of whether they say it or not, they like to know and have the reassurance that a man has her back. Diane says, can't stop, won't stop, don't stop. I've known my wife since we was 24. I don't want a new 25-year-old, but I missed. Well, as people get older, even men, as men get older, unless they take a Viagra, they don't do it like rabbits. Because I mean, what do you call healthy? What do you call like a healthy what's the word that I'm looking for? Relationship as it relate, like if you're in a relationship, what do you call a healthy amount of sex as it relates, if I'm saying that right, to a relationship? How many times of the week do you consider being enough when you're married? Because I hear some married people say that they have sex one time a week. I'm like, now I can't do it every day, but one time a week, that's all. So you trying to tell me married people only getting down once a week? That's not good. And I ain't no freak. If you're talking about wanting to screw all the time, that's not me. But even one time a week ain't enough for me. What's up with the new honey for men and women? New to you says 4 days out of 7. You got a large appetite, new to you. She says 4 days out of 7. Too Pretty Miss Kitty said 3 times a week. So weird to say. So weird to say once every morning. So that's every day. But hours on hours. Oh Lord. The question is for you, Miss T. You know, when you first meet, you do it at parks, other places. Once we get married, we got to go home, shower, and we make Irma becomes a routine. Now, I ain't gonna lie, when you first meet a guy and there's a lot of electricity there, especially when you're new to each other. And I don't know. I mean, you do be wanting to do it every time you see them, like constantly, because you want to be up under them constantly. Because I mean, you just it's probably before you really start seeing a whole lot of stuff. Maybe that's why you're supposed to wait a while before you do it, so you can start seeing the real person. But as if there's no betrayal, now if there's no betrayal, because betrayal is the thing for me. I could work through quite a bit except for betrayal. You be looking at him all the time like, damn, that man's so fine. Even though he could be walking through the house, he a good man. You looking at he just walking through, especially if he fixing on something. Because I'm real turned on by men that know how to fix stuff. I like to see men working and fixing the light bulbs and hanging TVs, cutting the grass and shit like that. Should I be trying to jump on top of them? So, but I think as long as there's no betrayal, you keep that spark. You know that person got your back and stuff. They be walking through the house and shit with holy shirts and shit on, fixing stuff. Like, damn, that man so fine, baby. When you get ready to get in the shower, let me know so I can get in with you. Or you just go and jump in with him, because that man is good to you. He considers your feelings. There ain't no woman on Facebook watching everything you do, leaving clues and hints and shit. You be wanting that everything about him turns you on. But then when they betray you, you start looking at them. It is a thin line between love and hate. They walking through, you can't stand them. Oh, I hate this mother sucker. Oh, I want to take something and throw it at him. Because I'm real nitpicky too when I get mad. I likes to nitpick. I just gotta be honest. I nitpicks. Especially when I'm hurt and you think you're gonna be happy. Mm-mm. She said, y'all starting the same shit shot tonight. This we probably should have took this into the members. Y'all know how we get down in the members. We be talking all types of nasty stuff. Y'all know y'all like competition stuff. I'm not gonna compete with no woman about my man. I don't care about them wanting my man, but he already handled that. He already let it be known, because all a man has to do is not entertain a woman and she'll go on about her business. He has to handle that. The woman shouldn't even have to step in and say, that's my man, you got me effed up. None of that. He take care of that. No, I got a woman, but nice meeting you. Or he don't show her no attention. But for some reason, men just find it hard to turn coochie down. So we ran here to all. Devastating for you, says they turned plenty down. Cypress said we turned tonight. It's a Saturday night. I'm drinking on some wine. I'm drinking on a little sweet bitch. So Diane says, Cypress, what you turning down? I know Cypress ain't turning nothing down because he's trying to get to Memphis to Vanessa. Big Pressure says, Cypress, y'all just gonna let her just drag me like that. Yeah, girl, I'm having some sweet bitch. I'm on my second glass. I need to stop because I hope I might. I don't want to get drunk on here. Mike says, let us cheat in peace. The house would be a home. Lord have mercy. Kevin says that damn coochie be hidden in the most unsuspected places. So easy to slip and fall. Well, you better think about all everything that you could lose, all the flash before your eyes. I feel you're surprised. Always ask for what you want. Handle that. Precious Cypress don't want none. Cypress, I thought that you was coming to Memphis. Why you keep I'm telling Vanessa you're gonna come to Memphis and you never make it. Hmm. What territory animals blame the creator? It's funny you said that inch and a quarter circle with that fuzz and caused me so many. I don't ever want no more unless God finds the woman of my dreams for me because I have failed miserably. My God didn't tell y'all to do that. I think men make themselves unhappy. Because, first of all, I don't even know why they wanted polygamy. Women have different personalities. Um, all those damn women wouldn't do nothing but run them crazy. Men just wanting it all, they end up losing everything. Instead of accepting the good that they have, they'll be sitting up on TV crying like Shaq. Shaq was crying about Shawnee. Shaq was crying when he was talking about Shawnee. He said, you know, he had a wife and she was constantly having his babies for him and she was still fine. And he said, I was just greedy. And tears was rolling out of his eyes. He said he regretted when she left him. He said it was just greedy. I wanted everything. I wanted it all. So, and I lost everything. Yeah, he was crying. So that's why I say one woman is enough. You got a woman that's good enough to be with you through all your flaws to help you build. All she says is, baby, treat me right. Be the man that a man is supposed to be, and don't cheat on me. And a man set up and says, I can do all that, but you trying to control me when you tell me not to cheat. That it shouldn't even be a that should never even be a conversation. Because first of all, if you have to tell a man not to cheat on you, he's probably not the man for you. Miss T, I spoke with you in the beginning of the case, and I told you everybody would beat the case. Do you remember now? You seeing what I knew 3 years ago? I don't remember you, love. You said you spoke to me some years ago, and you said everybody would beat the case. I don't know what you talk about because straight dropping them still in jail. Anuta, you says, Shaq Lil Peter, how he pulled it off. That's what the girl said. Shaq had a little Peter. That's what she said. What millionaire you know don't cheat? sure there's a lot of millionaires that don't cheat. So you're saying that millionaires cheat. So they got low self-esteem. They cheat because they know that the women want their money. So they understand that the only reason why they're able to get some tail is because they got money. If they didn't have money, women wouldn't look at them like that. So you go cheat on your wife with women like that? Those used to be my favorites. I had a set of plastic sheets. They said Denzel Washington don't cheat. They said Grant Hill don't cheat. They said Grant Hill don't cheat on Tamia. Men need to smash at least 3 times a week. Millionaires don't have to cheat. Don't have the time to cheat. Diane said Shaq too big to be little. Mm-mm-mm. I tell you. He said men need to smash at least 3 times a week. Well, you know what? I believe that men would love to do that, but a lot of men can't even smash 1 time a week here because they on diabetic medicine, blood pressure medicine. They got diabetes, got glaucoma, high cholesterol, um, arthritis, all of that shit. They can't do nothing. A lot of them. Question: where did Puffy get all his energy from? I bet Puffy probably on some X pills, or he got all of his energy from. Sure did in the beginning of the case. Separate trial dates. They will be home soon. I told you this year ago, and you and your homegirl got out on me when I tried to explain. Well, that's just wishful thinking to you. I still don't believe that. It's okay for you to believe it, but I still don't believe it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Remember. Yeah, I was only supposed to be on here for an hour because I had started like I like to clean my walls and stuff. I got that wall cleaning mop. And when you spray your walls and start cleaning them, it really makes your house smell real fresh. I like to do that once a week when I don't have to work on a Saturday. I need to light my candles. I'm like y'all, I have turned into a candle fanatic. I promise you, I've turned it. I look for candles that are on sale. I had went into Walmart and Walmart had these big candles on sale like 2 weeks ago for like 98 cents. They had been like 9.99. And so they was clearing them out for the season. I bought all of them. I got like 40 something candles for like 40 something dollars, right? So I was in Walmart yesterday and I went in there. What did I go into Walmart to get? I forget what I went in there to get. But I always go and see if they have candles on sale, and they had put some candles on clearance for $1.06, and they smell so good. It's the pine forest and the cinnamon bun. Oh, it smells so good. I bought all of them. Yep, I bought all of them that was on the shelf, and it wasn't that many, like 10. But they smell so good. They have the whole house because what I do is I'll buy candles, and I like to put candles in each one of my restrooms. Even though unless my girls spend the night with me, which is not often for some reason. They mama, we got our own house. They don't be I be wanting them to spend the night. I even told them, I was like, if y'all give up y'all space, y'all could save money and just move in with me and just save your money, but they don't want to do that. And but I like to put candles in each one of my restrooms, and I promise you, when I do that, it lights the whole house up. It lights up the whole house. You clean those walls, spray it with the lemon Mr. Clean, and I got the wall cleaning mop that cleans the walls and stuff. It has the whole house. It just makes the house smell so fresh. I love it. Puffy Mom has copies of all um and receipts. That's why they don't go too far with Mace. Hmm. Women draws come off. I'm telling you, I do. I am a candle fanatic. I mean, I have one closet is dedicated to nothing but candles. And I was like, I don't need to buy no more candles, but I just can't stop buying them when they're on sale. And but I mainly got pineapple, lemons, oranges, and pineapples, lemons, oranges, yeah, and mango. And it has the whole house. I like when my house smells sweet. Now the only thing about it is in the summertime, sometimes that's not good when the mosquitoes are out because that sweet scent in my house, when I let my puppies out, it attracts mosquitoes. It attracts them. They be trying to get into that sweet scent. Yeah, vanilla honey smells good. No, Diane Boo, sweetie pie. Speaking of my honey. What Diane say? I'm missing her comments. I'm missing Diane comments. What you say, Diane? Stop. I think I am too, Kawana. I gotta stop. Especially shopping to stuff with stuff on sale. I said I was not gonna shop anymore because I went into Marshalls yesterday. I like to go into Marshalls and TJ Maxx because they have the alkaline water that I love so much. And I always, the young lady told me when they get their shipments and stuff in. So I go in there and I stock up. And I'm going to tell y'all why. Because when you go into TJ Maxx or into Marshalls and get the alkaline water, they have the real big bottles, like a liter and a half. And they be like $2 and $2.10 or $2.25. So all of the bottles of water that I got yesterday was Fiji, Core, and what's that other one? The Wakia. It's a liter and a half, and I always stock up. I got so much water now, and I dedicated a area in my pantry to just having my alkaline bottled water so that I never run out. But I'm gonna tell y'all what be making me mad. Like when people come to my house, I buy Kroger water for company. I have it in the refrigerator. And if they want some water, I always say it's water in the refrigerator, right? The Kroger water. If my pantry is open and they see my alkaline water, just I got it stocked up. Can I have one of them waters right there? I said, but they hot. Well, I just want one of them waters. That makes me so damn mad. And I got water in the refrigerator for the company. One of my great aunts, when she comes to my house, she goes through my cabinets and she gonna always take my hot sauce. She goes through my cabinets and she gonna always, because I love Louisiana hot sauce, she gonna always go through my cabinets and get a couple bottles of my hot sauce. I said, ain't this some shit? I don't say nothing. No, that's my great aunt. Real deal Lee says, no, I'm ready for T to do the numbers game. Kawana says, how long the girls moved? Oh, girl, my girls have been moved out now for like 2 years, almost 3 years. I was hurt. I cried out. Yeah, I'll never forget. When my girls told me that they were not gonna move with me, because I thought for sure. I was like, okay, um, I'm gonna get the house big enough for the girls because I already know they're gonna come back home. I've been so surprised. My daughter has moved back with me a couple times, but she don't stay long. She leave. My daughter with the baby, she'll move back and then she'll leave. But I remember I was on y'all know I have a TV show on Comcast. So I'll never forget. I'm always talking to my audience like I talk to y'all right now. And when my daughters told me that they were not gonna move in with me, I was on TV, and then I was like, at the end of the show, I'm always talking because people call and ask about my girls and stuff. And I remember talking about it. I just started crying. I was like, and I'm gonna be an empty nester because my girls said they don't want to move in with me. All of the mothers of the church started calling me and was like, tell me, it's gonna be okay. They grown, they gotta spread their wings, they gotta live. I was hurt that my babies didn't want to live with me no more. They wanted to live by themselves because I was like, it's dangerous. You don't need to live by yourself. But I've gotten used to it now. Cause sometimes when my daughter moved home, child, she was getting on my nerves because she liked to leave stuff around and you know, you eat out of a dish, you need to wash it. And she was wanting to she wanted to put the dishes in the dishwasher. As long as I've lived in my house, I've never used my dishwasher. Ever, ever, ever have I turned that dishwasher on. I guess it works because I wash my own dishes because I like to put bleach in my water. They said, did I see Cypress live yesterday? I didn't. Well, I might have been on Cypress live for a few minutes. T Big 30 named his album Still the King of Memphis. Big 30 say he the king of Memphis now? Well, I guess there ain't nothing wrong with the 30 thinking he the king. I guess everybody's supposed to. Y'all, who is Moneybag Yo talking to when he say that because he's been posting lately that you can't trust nobody. But he could be saying that to anybody. Now, who is that person that was just in here saying that they said that they told me a year ago that that everybody was gonna walk a real deal Lee says Big 30 ass about to get why you say that real deal Lee? Why you think that? When you get used to living alone. I know it's so peaceful. I walk a child, I walk I walk around just like I want to with I walk around with no clothes on. The hackers know that because they was able to watch me through the TV. And you know what? That's sad because it has made me self conscious about that. I run in. I get to talking about that. I get mad. I get real mad. Big 30 know better. She says, why you say that real deal Lee about you talking about because he said he the king of Memphis? Mm. Where's the person in here says that they told me 2 years ago that everybody was gonna walk? Is that person still in here? Because they said they had not been in here in 2 years, and they said they came in here 2 years ago and told me that all of the guys was gonna be acquitted. I think it's cheaper to be faithful and committed now. That's not the way you should look at it. I wish men didn't. I think black men got to change the way that they look at women. I think that's why they have a hard time. They choose the wrong women because they get sprung on sex. They get sprung on a freak, and she ain't the right woman for you. And they want to project all of that negative energy towards women. And a lot of the reasons why a lot of these black men can't catch a break is because they just determined to treat black women wrong, and black women are their blessing. A woman is a blessing. And so they creating bad karma for themselves when they look at women as bitches and hoes and all that shit. It ain't our fault that they choose whores because they get sprung on sex and she show him that she a hoe. Later on, devastating for you says, "Damn, I dropped my plate on that walking around naked comment." um, Cypress says, "Shout out to the freaks, Lord Cypress." He said, "That's not negative. That's the truth, Lord. Big pressure, Lord Jesus." Big pressure. When was the last time you was in a relationship? They don't see plenty ass. He says when we take accountability for what? See, men have all of the men be talking about us and women don't take accountability. Take accountability for what? It's not our fault they're being cheap, that they decide that they want to fall in love with a freak. Hmm. Cypress had his voice singing slow songs to Raven. um, Kevin says you didn't seem too self-conscious on your camera on live the other day. The other night, Tamara, you almost made me forget I'm a legs man. I People don't know this, Kevin. I'm very shy. If you ever around me in person, ever around me in person, I don't have none. I'm real quiet and reserved. Ask anybody that knows me. A lot of my friends and stuff that I grew up with, they can't believe that I even do a podcast or a TV show because I've always been reserved. I've always been shy and reserved. Always. Now, when I get to comfortable with people, I talk a little bit more. Dang, my phone just went blank. Lord Jesus. I guess the people's just coming at the meth lab. It's Cypress up in here. Because while I still have energy. I want to finish cleaning my walls and stuff. I have some diffusers and I bought some lemon scent drops to put in my diffusers. I want to finish cleaning my walls so I can turn on my diffusers and have lemon and pineapples going all the way through my house. TB popping out sometimes to let y'all know she's still that bitch on. You know what? I don't know who sent the trolls, but I know that it was somebody sick. It was 11,000 trolls. Now who would go pay for that many people? 11,000 trolls. I definitely know you were really shy. Yeah, they had truckloads of trolls because people was coming in was like, I'm here, but I don't even know what I'm here for. That's what folks was saying. So they have trolls that they pay. I think they said what happens is they have a team of trolls, and somebody was explaining to me like you could pay them $100, and so if you paid the person $100, and they have or two or it might be they said 250, and so they might have like 100 trolls or something like that, and they might pay them trolls $2 to $5 per channel that they tell them to go and troll. So they saying they make money because depending on how many times they get asked to go troll people, it adds up. If they're giving each troll $2 to $5, that $2 to $5 add up. Now you know we living in the last damn days when folks waiting for $2 to $5 to go and troll somebody else on YouTube. And you got to be sick to be paying for it. That's the reason why I say these damn folks is sick. Although I'm married and not a cheater, monogamy is a Western concept. All great men of substance had multiple women. I'm Muslim and I can have more than one wife, but only have one is better for. But only having one is better for you. T, get someone. She going to do a background check on God. I think that's what guys be scared of. I would prefer guys that I talk to. I like to turn off like my profession. I like for them to tell me. If I think enough of you to talk to you on the phone and get to know you, you could tell me that you should tell me the truth because everybody's time is valuable. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, but don't women have multiple husbands back in the days, right? Women could have multiple husbands in some countries, couldn't it? Shout out to Real Deal Lee. She says, member for 15 months, T the shit. Shout out from Augusta. Shout out to Augusta, Georgia. Thank you for being a member for 15 months. Otto says, I agree. Loyalty is most like right. I'm a real loyal person. This is just part of my personality. When I love people, it ain't no maybe or what. When I love them 100%. Either I love you or I don't. That's why I tell everybody it's just a habit. I love you. That's not being fake. That's just how I am. I be telling folks I love them because I do love people. It's just a habit. You know, my grandma taught me. It's good to tell people a lot of. It's good to tell people you love them because they may have never had anybody to even tell them that they love them. You know, it lets people know that they are special. They may not even realize that. Real deal. Lee says some women want food stamps and money. Cypress. Lord have mercy. Shoot. Diane Bowen says we appreciate you, Lee. But I've always been very loyal and very territorial, even as it relates to my family and my friends. I'm real protective of what's close to my heart. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. I think too many people love money and attention. People don't appreciate the real things in life. That's true too, Otto. I agree. I agree. Yeah, if y'all hadn't hit the like button. So Diane, do you have any new tricks and stuff for us? Give it up, girl. Y'all know Diane be giving me all of the ideas, for when I get married. I be putting them in my back pocket. A lot of that stuff I'm gonna try. So Diane, do you have any new ideas to give us? Diane and her husband be having all of the fun. Diane be telling us ladies the tricks. Diane, what kind of new what's new? Come on, give it up, girl, so I can write it down. Um, Real Deal Lee says women used to want their toes and nails. Now they want food stamps and $40 cypers. That show what they want and getting them. And getting it. Diane says nothing new tonight. I have something next time. Oh, okay, she says she ain't got nothing new tonight. New to you says drop the T, Diane. She said drop the T. You the one. So Witty says them damn $40. Y'all, I hate these young ladies selling themselves for $40. Like I said, if a woman would sell her body for $40, she'll do anything. She can't be trusted. Now they say, I don't need your little funky 40. Yeah, that's what they saying now, Mike. And Mike says now they saying I don't need your little funky $40. It's tax time. I wish somebody would tell these women something to do with their money. Some of these girls I heard get like $11,000-$12,000 back. If they save that for like 3 years, they could shit. If you save $11,000-$12,000 for 3 years, you could get you a house and pay the payments up on it, or start you a business, buy you a building, buy you a small house and gut it out and stuff and make it into a building. um a lot of these girls know how to do hair. They won't even go get their licenses and open them up a beauty shop or nothing. They every year they go buy them a damn lemon a car. How in the world you still going to the same place? You have to buy you a damn car every year. There's something wrong with that. You buying a new car every year because the car break down. So they buy them a car every year. They go buy all the TVs out of Walmart. And what else they do, y'all? They go buy a new car every year that break down. They go buy all the TVs in Walmart. They go buy up all the seafood in the seafood restaurants. And y'all, what else do they do? And spend the rest and go buy the men. We know Cypress. That's why it's $40. Right, a new iPhone. Yeah, they go pay $1,000 for a new iPhone. Red Lily said Cypress. I saw a woman wig blew off at Walmart, and it's tax season. Big Pressure says economic and financial education is key. I agree. That's right. They go buy bundles by the garbage bag. Y'all, I didn't even know people still bought, well, other than braiding hair, I didn't know they still bought weave out of the supply store. Give they no good baby daddy 1,500 to flip, but he don't know how to hustle. That's right, because if he ain't been able to, I wouldn't even trust a man that couldn't come up on $1,500 to flip. And then they crazy enough that he run off with their money every year. Now they're giving them the whole check. If he can't come up off of on $1,500 to flip, he ain't no real hustler anyways. Who can't come up on 1,500? Because you can go work at McDonald's for a month and come up on 1,500. Just pathetic. Mm-mm. Y'all hit the like button for me, please. Or they take a new dude on a trip. Oh yeah, and they take the dudes on trips. Sure do. 75-inch TV. And the TV goes out. And the TV be gone. The TV blow out before the next income tax come out. 75-inch TV, lemon 3000, iPhone 1300, hair, her man, and wardrobe. And a pack whack. Lord have mercy. Mm, mm, mm. That's sad. A female wanted me to hook her up with my homeboy, and her sis teeth was missing. I was confused. Lord have mercy. New to you says kids, noodles, pair of Jordans, and 2 outfits. Don't make no investments. Don't don't buy no insurance policies. Don't nothing conducive to their livelihoods. Our people got to be taught better. So yeah, because they leaving on until next tax season. Devastating for you says my 12-year old never went out. Cypress, are you getting ready to come on? Cause it's almost 12 o'clock. I know I need to be going to bed, but I need to finish. I've been on here almost 4 hours. I want to finish cleaning my wall. I want to make all of my walls smell good in the front. I mean, my house already smell good. I want to clean my walls. And I got some clothes I got to put in the wash. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I have a phobia about having dirty clothes in the dirty clothes basket. My grandma did that. My grandma says you're never supposed to go to sleep with dirty clothes in the dirty clothes hamper. Now, how does that work out? Well, you have to wash every day, but I have a habit of doing it. So I got some more clothes that's in the hamper. So I need to some towels, some white towels that I need to wash, dry, and fold. So let me finish doing that because I got a busy day kind of tomorrow. TB leaving to her. I've been on here almost 4 hours. I need to finish doing some stuff in my house. And I'm ready to turn my music back on. Y'all know I love listening to. Let me see. I was listening to I got a playlist, y'all. And I promise you, when I'm listening to that playlist, I get to clean it up and I be feeling good and I mess around and be up all night. Cause I want to I don't have nobody going to my guest restrooms, but you have to still keep them clean. Keep them smelling good. Let me see. I had a woman like that. She washed my I guess my grandma said that dirty clothes stink and stuff. I think that's what it was. So she would be like, "You don't ever go to sleep with dirty clothes in the hamper." And I'm telling you, it bothers me. Like when my friends would call me at night and I would be up, they would be like, first thing they would say, "You up? You washing, aren't you?" I was, "Yeah, I'm washing. I can't go to sleep with clothes that need to be washed." So I listens to my music that I love. And that's that 70s and 80s music. And I promise you the vibration is so different. It make you feel good. It have you cleaning. It have you remembering the 80s and stuff when you was growing up. Cypress, are you coming on? Is Cypress still on here? Is he coming on? Because I've started playing my music. It's time for me to finish um, my house chores. Oh, if you all want to support the channel, you could definitely support the channel via Cash App, or you could hit the super thanks. I guess Cypress don't want to come on because he didn't say anything. I guess he don't feel like coming on tonight. Anyways, you guys, I enjoyed being on here with you guys tonight. I've been drinking some wine, so I hope I don't get to looking through this tomorrow and saying, "Oh Lord, I'm gonna have to go ahead." I think I talk too much on here, but I don't think I said nothing bad. I ain't say nothing. I've been real relaxed. That wine makes me a little too relaxed. So when he said he's coming, did he say he was coming on? Oh, for Mike says the lion. I definitely have. I'm a true Leo to my soul. I am very much a lioness. For real. When I be reading about how Leos and stuff are, I go, oh my God, that's so my personality. That's so my personality. Now I was seeing if Cypress was getting ready to come on his channel. Said Miss T, please get that from Cypress, please. Thanking you in advance for your time and cooperation. Get what from Cypress? Devastating for you says she done started cooking. What you cooking? Devastating for you. Mike, you is a hypocrite. Mike gonna say he a cheating lion, but he is loyal. You can't cheat and say you loyal because cheating is disloyal. That's what cheating is. It's disloyal. Cheating is disloyal. April says you need me to get on these bloggers. Ass for you girls. Stay on their asses like back pockets. They don't want this Memphis smoke. Pancake omelets. Oh. What I need to do is because today is Sunday, I gotta go out, but I don't have to be out for like 2 hours. So I don't have to work but about a couple hours today. So I'm good. And I thought about because I always like buying those little small turkeys. And I like to smoke them and put them on the grill. And guess what I said I was gonna do? I have been doing really good, but I made a taco pie. So that taco pie lasts for like a couple days. So maybe like yeah, it lasts for a couple days. So maybe like next week I'm going to smoke my turkey. I like to inject it in and season it really good and put it on my grill and smoke it. And then it starts to fall off of the bone. And what's really good is I love Alfredo. That's my weakness, Alfredo pasta. And I make the sauce from scratch. I make the best Alfredo sauce out there. Can't nobody mess with me on that. And I like to take the grilled turkey that I smoke on the grill and put it in the noodles. Put it in the Alfredo. Oh my God, the flavor be so good, y'all. I promise you. It is so not a Cornish hen. It's a small turkey. A small turkey breast. And I promise you the meat starts falling off and you take the meat off of the off the grill and put it in the Alfredo noodles and stuff and it be so freaking good. I promise you it do. Big Pressure says leaving is disloyal, cheating is just weak. Oh my God. So men want women, men just want to beat women down so bad. If I say to you, big pressure, if I'm your woman and I say to you, baby, I love you and I got your back, I promise you. But I cannot accept, just treat me right, do what a man is supposed to do, and I cannot accept cheating because cheating makes me as a woman feel a certain way. I'm not getting ready to compete for a man that said, and we're supposed to be in love, especially if he's my husband. You can't bring another woman into this relationship. And you go out and you cheat on me and then say that I'm disloyal for leaving when I've told you what cheating does. Sweet peppers and onions omelet. Ooh, and I love putting sauteed onions in my Alfredo sauce too. But that sounds so good. I got some sweet peppers in there. I bought the little mini ones. And I'm gonna tell you what I like to do with the mini ones, like especially when I'm like on my real healthy kick. I like to make, I love tacos. So I season up the ground turkey or the ground chicken and like I would tacos and stuff, and I start stuffing the little mini peppers and then put cheese on them and put it in the oven. That takes the place of the taco shell. It's really good. I make really good stuffed bell peppers too. Maple syrup. Pancakes are good. I like waffles though. I think I like that crunch. I like for them to be harder. I have a waffle maker. But what I've started doing is making sweet potato waffles because they're healthier. And every time I go in like Marshalls or TJ Maxx, if you go back there where the food is, they have the best flavors of like the sugar-free syrup, and you cannot tell that it's sugar-free. I got so many different flavors that's sugar-free that I put on my waffles. The sweet potato waffles, you take a real sweet potato and whip it, put butter and stuff in it and whip it, and then you could put it in the waffle maker. It's a lot healthier than what we normally use. It tastes so good. Cypress about to go live. Okay. She said Cypress is about to go live, you guys. So I will do right by you if you do right by right. I'll do right by, like I said, as strong as my personality is, I will submit to the right man. I mean, as long as I know that he's good to me, he's a kind person. Even though my girls are grown, I would love for, I mean, he's just gonna have to be, I guess, um family oriented, because just because my girls are grown don't mean that they're omitted from my life, so family orientated, just a good person overall. That'll make me submit in a minute. But anyways, you guys, I love you guys. I got to get up and finish cleaning my walls, cleaning my walls and washing. But I love you guys. Go over to Cypress TV because she says that he's getting ready to come on. I enjoy being on here with you guys tonight, as always. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.